Good morning, everyone. I am Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron. And we are here to stream some EVE Online today. So, without further ado, let me get switched over here. I'm actually going to run a quick mission of anybody in the stream or in want some free LP. Let me know. I'll get you an invite. I did not do my dailies for my alts yesterday. Just Allstaff and Kragan, which is kind of crappy. So try to get them done today. Lego, what's up, buddy? Seth, thanks for the 7 stream streak. 7-game streak, I guess. 7-game streak. Appreciate ya. Lego, good to see ya. Scimitar, good to see ya. Sherry Can, great to see you, buddy. I've been missing you the last couple days, so. So, yeah, so I wore my Canada shirt yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I wore my Canada shirt yesterday for you, Jerry Can, so yeah. So, sorry you missed it. But yeah, so, what else? So yeah, if you guys haven't watched the new video, Lego, I know, seen it. He put a comment out there. Thanks for the comment, Lego. New video out there for the house build. The well is done. The well is done. So yeah, and it's coming out super powerful, even without the pressure tank on it. So that's kind of nice. Oh, and my rear end hurts. But yeah, so that's kind of nice. I'm not sure we actually need the pressure tank to the houses in, so I seen it. You got water. We got water. Ironically, though, and I didn't realize this, Archie gave me, so I don't know if you see in the video, there's a little yellow, I guess you'd call it a key. It's not really a key, but it's what turns the water on and off for the well. Well, Archie put it in the van, which is here. And he told me, hey, I'm putting this in here. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. I didn't know what he was talking about. So I said, okay. And so, yeah, I was like, but yeah, we've got it here. So I don't know that they can get water because we have the key, so to speak, which doesn't sound very smart. But, oh, well, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. But really, it's good to see ya. Thanks for being here. But yeah. Apologize. I missed a couple people yesterday that popped in. So when I see them today, I'll apologize to them. But they haven't been here yet. But yeah, if I miss you in the chat, it is not on purpose. So I apologize. I think we were doing the chat GPT searches to fix the Tangia dungeon. And a couple people popped in and I missed them. So yeah. It is not me ignoring you. I never ignore. Seth, actually, I think was one that I missed. So sorry about that yesterday, Seth. But yeah, it is never on purpose. Even if you're a ganker and you came in and you've killed me a couple times, I'll still say hi to you. So, and thank you for being here at the stream. So, Gerper. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. 1,200 points. Damn straight. Damn straight. But yeah, so the key for the well, I don't know, I call it a key. It's really a handle, which I'm pretty sure they can just take a wrench and turn it on. So it's probably not causing anybody any problem. But yeah. But yeah, Archie put it in the glove compartment of the van, and I have the van here. And so I was like, so then when my wife said, oh yeah, the key is there, the key, and then I realized what she was talking about. Oh, that's what Archie put in the glove compartment. Well, that's not very smart. I'm like, if the neighbors want to come and risk, getting yelled at by the foreman is foreman's top shelf guy. I got to give the foreman credit. I don't know his name, but I got to give him credit. He runs that ship like a well-oiled machine. So yeah, they've actually poured. I am 99% sure, though. I was exhausted after the well was finally done. I literally stood out there for, I don't know, 2 hours in the sun, and I think I got some sunburn. Rumor has it the bald spot on top of my head is burned, but feels it. But yeah, so I was exhausted, and I wasn't the one doing any work. I was just standing there, so I can't imagine what they were. But yeah, when they finished up, I pretty much climbed in the van and in the air conditioning and took it out. Had work running around holding up that camera. Yeah, exactly. Well, and the worst part is I probably took 2 hours of footage, and the video came down to 17 minutes. So yeah, I think that's where I need to be a little more selective, so I don't have to try and cut so much out. But the one thing I have found, and I don't know if I do it here with you guys, I've never noticed it, but maybe it's because nobody's talking back to me, you know. But I keep repeating myself, and it's really, really irritating. I must have said literally yesterday 27 times, excellent job, excellent job, excellent job. And man, it's hot, you know. I think I said that probably 27 times. I can't remember. There was another one that I said over and over and over again, and I was just like, and I cut all those out because I was like, God, you sound stupid. I mean, not that I'm not stupid, but I don't want to sound stupid. So, Jerry Can. Yeah, so you got to check out the video, Jerry Can. You do that a lot on stream too. Okay, so at least I'm consistent. So yeah. But we have another vlogger that we watch. Just a lovable quirk, yeah. Thanks, Jerry Can. Appreciate it. But yeah, just a lovable quirk. We have another streamer that we watch, and he said he's a great guy. His name's Gino, and he's a Filipino that moved to America as a kid. Became a citizen, served in the United States Air Force for 25 years. And then retired to the Philippines. Now he's married to a Filipina girl, and they live near Boracay, which is one of the big tourist attractions here. White sand beaches. But when he does his video, he says over and over again, "Here we are in Aklan Province, Philippines. Here we are in Aklan Province, the Philippines." And so my wife and I always joke about it. At least we always know where he's at. Kimon, good to see you. And so, but yeah, then she's like, "You're doing the same thing as him." I said, "No, at least he's telling you where he is. That's the only thing he repeats. I seem to repeat everything. Excellent job. Man, it's hot. I'm sweating like a pig."
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
And so, yeah. So, but I guess I'm glad I do it here, because I never noticed it here, Lego. But I probably don't watch these videos as closely as I do those ones. So, but yeah, it was. I'll take it as a lovable quirk. All right, last call for the free LP. Lego, you want some free LP? I'm about to turn this one in. Al, you want some free LP? Al is not in. I didn't see Al in the stream yet. I see streetcars in there. All right. All right, let me get Al. Excuse me, let me get Lego. Gotcha. No, it says you're already in a fleet. Yep. No worries. You did say that. And then put your other guys in the chat channel, because I can't remember their names. Well, the other one was Legho. Legho and something else Lego. Yeah, they were all pretty good. The first one was, I don't know that I'd ever guess it. But yeah, the other ones is easy to tell they're your alts, so. Alright, there's Lego my Lego. If you want your other guys in there, I got plenty. This one's going to give me 1,200, so. So. There's Lego my Ego. Anybody else? Anybody else? Let me know about your other guys, Lego. I can put them in here too. Drachenhort, good to see you, buddy. There they are. There they are. All right. There they are. I just invited him to the frickin' chat channel. You know, I know that's going to happen. So just wait it out. Wait it out. Long John Lego. That was the other one I was trying to think of. And Lego. Lego. All right, I got those 3 invited. How is everyone doing? Yep, thanks for that, Lego. Thanks for that. One of these days I'll remember. Wham Bam Top Shelf Spam. I like that one. So we are doing fabulous, Drachenhort. Fabulous. Fabulous. All right, so I'm giving away free LP. So if you want free LP, I'll wait for you to jump in. I'm just getting ready to turn this one in. Let me know either way. But yeah, so the well's done. They poured the columns. They only poured them like halfway, but they poured them enough so that they can backfill the dirt, put the dirt back. Because we're running out of room on the property to put dirt. So they've got to get that done. And then they're going to put, I guess there's another 13 on the other side. And then there's, 13, that's 26. And then there's 9, 8 in the middle. So yeah. The middle's actually a big open area floor plan. So where they're working now is actually, I don't know if I mentioned that in the video, but it's the guest suite. And so yeah, and the wife's like, I think the rooms are too small. And I'm like, just leave it be. Leave it be. Inching closer to perseverance. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit complete. All right, there you go, Lego. Wham bam. Thank you, spam. All right, let me get back to you, Fiend. No problem. No problem. My pleasure. And I'm gonna get out of low sec here, though. This low sec, there's only 2 people in this system. So yeah. But I got to cross another low sec system to get here. So yeah, during these events, I always worry about going into low sec because get a lot of gankers looking for an opportunity. I'll see how many's in MAURI. I didn't check my Maya when I came across, but I'm sure it's probably going to be fine. Looks like I got an opportunity for a storyline, so we'll see how that goes. Boy, Blue Gray, good to see you, buddy. Good to see ya. I think you were one of the ones I might have missed yesterday, so sorry about that. If I miss you when you come into the stream because I'm distracted by a ChatGPT query or a fly in my room or any of the numerous things that I get distracted by, please do not take it personal. It is not intentional. Even if you are a ganker who has killed me on multiple occasions, I'll still say hi to you and thank you for being in the stream. So yeah. But I did notice as I was setting up the game stream from yesterday that I had missed a couple people. I don't know why I can't focus on more than one thing at a time, but there is that. So, but yeah, I was telling them, Blue Gray, the latest stream from the property, from the house build is up. So I think I spent an hour and a half to 2 hours editing it. So, and you'll recognize one of the screens because I used one of the screens from my stream because it's easier for me to tape from the webcam than it is from the camera from my phone. So the wife has asked me to actually turn the phone and start doing horizontal. So I'll try that. Seems like we may be going there today after all. So that fly thing looked like Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that thing, I gotta show you this fly. He's stuck to the windowsill here. He is literally the size of a dime. I mean, an American dime. Of course, drachenhort, you probably don't recognize an American dime, but yeah. He's a big guy. And in America, I don't know about here. In America, the bigger they are, the more likely they are. We call them horse flies. They sting you. And man, that hurts. So I didn't want to take a chance with him being that big. But yeah. That's why I literally have a fly swatter in every room. But now my bigger problem is the ants. So over at the property, we have ants galore. And the engineer has assured me he's going to take care of that. He laughs every time he says it. So I don't know if he's joking with me and playing along, or if he just doesn't understand my American idiocracy of not having ants in my house. So, but he has assured me not only is he going to treat for the termites, he's going to treat for the ants. But they don't want to do that until they actually put the dirt back and get right before they pour the floor. They're going to treat it underneath. So put a seal kind of around the house, some kind of chemical seal. It'll keep the ants and the termites away. So they got a big termite problem here in the Philippines too. Huge termite problem, which is ironic because they don't have a whole lot of trees. I mean, they got coconut trees, they got banana trees, but termites don't bother those. They got mango trees. I think the termites like those, but they're most likely the hardwoods. And so yeah, so if you have wood, we're gonna have wood doors in our house, of course. And the wife is trying to find the exceptional woodworker to do our wood doors and exactly what design she wants. So that ought to take us forever. God bless her. And but yes, so yeah, the termites will come in to take out your doors. So yeah, here they actually treat it with some kind of like a balm that they put off underneath the floor before they pour the floor. Kind of keeps them away for, well, supposedly forever, but we all know forever is a relative term. So hopefully for as long as I'll live. So Coulser is 2 jumps. I'm curious what this guy wants. Let's see. This will start the countdown. Destroy the command vessel. So yeah, but it is about $3,000. So 3 million, $3,000. Destroy the command vessel. So yeah, I don't know that I have the I have the Myrmidon here, but what do you want to bet? It's out of the Myrmidon's range. So if only it would freeze and kill. Well, yeah, that's exactly it. And it makes sense because we have no winter. You know, in America, the winter is what kills the bugs off, keeps them from growing to the, prehistoric size like that fly, But here they just, yeah. And the mosquitoes, I think the mosquito lifespan is, I don't know, measured in hours, if not days. I mean, mosquitoes don't live very long, which is kind of funny because they all seem to bite me. But yeah. And then like a bee, if a bee stings you, it rips the stinger out and the bee dies. And so the bee doesn't want to sting you. And so, which is kind of ironic. If it doesn't sting you, it probably gets killed. If it does sting you, it gets killed. It's kind of a no-win situation. So yeah. But anything in defense of the Queen, which any UKers can understand, right? But yeah, so kind of interesting there. So But what do I want to do here? So I got those guys done. Let me collect these. Collect. All right, bingo. I'm going to switch over here to Kragan and collect his. He's got a fleet watch on too. Why's he got a fleet watch on? My chat channels were messed up again this morning. I wasn't going to mention it on stream, but I want to be complete with you guys and transparent. So, yeah. But yeah. I might run back to... There was some kind of a build project I was working on, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. Which is kind of the deal. Okay, so the Pioneer is done with the invention, and I got six successes out of 10, which is what I should have got. I think it was like 64%. And each one is for 4 Pioneers. So I can make 24, Outriders. So I can make 24 Outriders. Now the big key is, what's the Outrider require? Because it probably requires PI that I don't have. In fact, I'd be willing to bet on it. All right, ion thruster, I'm pretty sure I have. Magnetometric sensor cluster, I have. Photon microprocessor, I have. Crystalline carbonide, I have. Fusion reactor, I have. Oscillator, pulse shield, excellent. So no, and I have construction blocks, so it does not require PI I don't have, or blueprints I don't have. Now, with that said, I probably need to build these, but because I probably don't have a whole lot of them built right now. But so maybe we will fly back to Venolin so we can drag these over to Venolin and start getting these built. So we'll give away some Outriders once those are built. But yeah, Lego, you're absolutely right. If it would freeze here, you know, we could get rid of all the bugs, start from scratch. I think that is one of the things that I envy about the US, is it has that reset cycle, you know, where at least for, you know, 4 or 5 months of the year, I don't have to deal with mosquitoes, you know, can't stand mosquitoes, mostly because they really seem to love me, and which I don't really understand. I mean, it's not a rare blood type, but it's a semi-rare blood type. When I was in America, I used to give plasma and platelets all the time, and they would beg me to come back every chance they could, because it's weird, because I'm not the universal donor is O, and I'm not O, I'm AB positive, which they say can go to A or B or AB or A positive and B positive. So it's not considered rare. It's not considered common. I'm somewhere in the middle. And so, yeah, so they would ask me to come back like every month. And unfortunately, the platelet donation was really taxing. And so I didn't do it that most. So is it second most common type? Okay. And so, yeah. And so, yeah, the platelet donation would take like 2 to 3 hours. And so, A positive. Okay, cool. So that makes sense. Thanks, Blue Gray. But yeah, it would take 2 to 3 hours. They actually strip your blood. Almost universal. There you go. So they would strip my blood, take the platelets out, take the plasma out, and put the blood back. What's up, Xurdaben? Good to see you, buddy. And so yeah, really taxing. Couple times I passed out because I didn't have a big enough breakfast. It was one of those where I had to have a huge breakfast. So universal recipient, I can take anyone's blood. That's it. Yep. That makes sense. I knew what you meant. I can tackle anyone's blood too. I'm that guy. But yeah. So. But yeah. so yeah, so they would have me come back. So that's one I've been wanting to do here. The problem is I'm not sure, you know, Red Cross in America is fairly trustworthy. I've never heard of a whole lot of problems with them. That's where I always donated. The donation places here in the Philippines, not sure. So yeah, so I'm trying to find some kind of permanent place I can donate. It would probably be a hospital, more than likely, so that I can at least try to give back that way. Ironically, I produce it, you know, over and over and over again. So, and God gave it to me to, you know, further people's lifespans. So why not? So yeah. But I also want to make sure I don't accidentally get killed by them taking blood, right? Which would be my luck. So yeah, not quite ready to go meet my maker yet. Not sure I'm done yet. So, but yeah. So that's one I've been trying to look into. Unfortunately, the wife is like, nah. She actually has a pastor friend whose wife is having issues with her liver, and liver or kidney. Maybe it's a kidney. I think it's a kidney. And so I suggested going and being tested. I was tested in America. One of my coworkers' daughter needed a kidney, and so I was tested for her, which was not a pleasant experience. But I did get tested for that, and I of course wasn't a match. Kidney matches are very, very rare. Usually only family. So no. Yeah, like I said, I enjoy doing it. It's one of those things. It's, you know, I don't enjoy doing it from a physical perspective. I enjoy doing it from a mental perspective. So yes, platelets are. They said platelets are a huge one, and so yeah, and it's weird, and I'm gonna throw this out there, okay? But here in the Philippines, they do not seem to have the cancer epidemic that we have in America, at all. They don't have Alzheimer's epidemic here. They don't have a cancer epidemic. So I'm just going to throw that out there. You may notice tomorrow I'm banned from Twitch and YouTube because I'm speaking against the drug manufacturers. But that's the only thing I can really think to blame it on. Now, I'm not the most intelligent guy in the world, so I could be wrong. But we do have a drug epidemic in America, and not an illegal drug epidemic. We have the drug manufacturers that like to test their product on American citizens, and get paid for it. So I have been very blessed. I do not take any medications, not even vitamins. I say that. I take. Why can't I think of the name of the? I do take a vitamin every once in a while when I need it. So Americans in Philippines say Filipinos are healthy. Call ICE. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, just like how the freeze kills the bugs in the ground, the heat and humidity there kills all the epidemics. Yeah, it seems to. But that's probably it, is that cancer doesn't want to be here either, you know. But that's weird, because it's a beautiful place. I love it here. Like I said, really the only negative, and I say that, there's more than one negative. But the big negative is the heat, because I'm a winter guy. So, you know, coming to, you know, the hottest place on earth is probably not the smartest, you know, thing I've done. But it sounds like the Philippines is a blue zone, yeah. Yeah, they don't prescribe a whole lot of medication here. You know, if you have something wrong, they give you a salve that, you know, is made from the cocoa lumber, coconut tree, mango bush, and, you know, you rub it on, and ironically your arm grows back, you know. But I've noticed, that's one thing I've really noticed here, is there's not a whole lot of, you know, they do still have cancer here. It's not, you know, it's not, they haven't completely conquered it. But
this Bond Jr. guy, why is he Bond Jr.? Is he a spy? He's talking about the Philippines being so great. Why doesn't he leave? We don't want him. Make America great again.
Yeah, I probably helped out making America great again by leaving. So yeah, but thanks, Blue Gray. But yeah, it's weird because that's one thing I've noticed. We have a huge problem in America with Alzheimer's, with cancer, and so yeah, there's got to be an explanation. Now, it could also be all the chemicals we have in our food, because that's another thing I have noticed is many of the chemicals that we have in our processed foods, they do not allow in other countries. Europe, the Philippines, many others. We brought some Frosted Flakes from America. And I love Frosted Flakes. Probably my favorite breakfast cereal. Which I really don't, because of the milk situation, I don't eat a whole lot of breakfast cereal here, but we bought some Filipino Frosted Flakes, which had the same box, looked exactly the same, but they did not taste anything like American Frosted Flake. And so I compared the boxes, and there were several items that I didn't know what they were that were not on the Filipino box, that were not included, which is probably where the taste comes from. So, Americans are kind of, what's the politically correct way to say it? A little full of themselves, and we want it to taste good. And we don't care if it's killing us in some cases. So yeah, so from that perspective, I think that's part of it. But yeah, it's probably a mentality thing too. We work and work and work and work and work and work. And then we retire and we die, less than a year later. I had more coworkers than I can count work until they were 70 and not make it 5 years before they had passed. Which seems a waste. You're supposed to enjoy the later years. Where here in the Philippines, they really take care of their elderly. They really go above and beyond for that kind of stuff, which is kind of nice. So we've tried to do the same. But yeah, I'm going to try and find a place here where I can donate Blue Gray. Unfortunately, like I said, it's a trust thing, so I need to figure out one I trust. There is a hospital in Manila, that the one we took my wife to, called the Asian Hospital. Ironic. But I was very impressed with them. And so maybe the next time we're there, or every time we go there, maybe I'll donate. But yeah, God gave me the second most common blood type for a reason, so that I could try and do something good with it. So yeah, why not? So problem is I'll probably be driving, and so yeah, it usually makes me pretty lightheaded after giving the platelets, and so probably not a good idea to drive after that. But I like to ask them to give me the rookie vampire that needs practice. Yeah, I'm, and it's funny you say that, because I am a very easy stick. Never had a problem. And every time I say that, they usually poke the crap out of me. So I try not to say that. So, but yeah. So yeah, normally, if I don't say anything, they have zero problem sticking me. In fact, they usually are like, which arm do you want? Because they're both awesome. We'll do what you ever want. And I'm like, you guys take your pick. Whatever one's going to get me out of here quicker. Because like I said, the platelet donation is like a 2 to 3 hour process. So even with my pipes, once they take it, they strip the platelets out and they put it back, which that's always a weird sensation. So, but yeah, I usually sit there and watch a movie or read a book or something until, yeah, because you got to keep pumping. And so, yeah, so I can't really go to sleep. That would be the perfect one, go to sleep, because I don't know what kind of dreams I'd have with them sucking blood out of me. That probably wouldn't be good. But yeah, I want to try and do that here. So the local place took a photo of me sitting up in my chair because my back hurt. Damn chair designed for you to slide down. Yeah. I usually sit up too, because like I said, there's been a couple times there, and I've probably given, I think I gave over 5 gallons, 50 gallons, 500 gallons. I can't remember. I got a card in my wallet here somewhere. But yeah. but yeah, probably a handful of times I passed out, and it freaked them the hell out. So that's the other thing, is I want to make sure wherever I go is capable of dealing with my idiocity. Since I may not eat, I may not eat a good enough breakfast. I usually don't eat a whole lot of breakfast here to begin with. So, but yeah, every time I would go, I would make sure to eat a big old breakfast. And watching a room with my feet on the ground, sitting up. There you go. Yep. Yeah, passing out is not supposed to happen. Yeah. That's what they always said. You told us you were good. I'm like, I am good. They're like, what did you have for breakfast? Oh, I had a muffin. A muffin? We're taking platelets and plasma and blah, 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 blah. Muffin's not going to cover it. So, yeah. Yeah, that's usually what I do, is I would go to Denny's, or my favorite was Cracker Barrel. We would hit Cracker Barrel, which the wife will never turn down a Cracker Barrel one. And then I'd go get blood. And yeah, they could take whatever they wanted, because I was like a stuffed pig. So, but yeah. But that was the good old days. Good old days. So let's see. I'm going to fly back to Venelin. Actually, let's check the gate camps. So yes. So if any of you have any idea of reputable places here in the Philippines for me to donate blood, let me know, because I would like to get back into that practice. I would think of it like whoever gets it can get the benefit of your last meal. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Like, damn, this guy. He packed it on. But yeah. But that was one I learned too. Was because one of the first time I went in, they were like, hey, can we take all these things? And I said, take whatever you want. And they were like, well, what did you have to eat today? And Tom Hanks in Philadelphia. Yep, proper Texan breakfast anytime for me. There you go. Yeah. Always a good idea. Breakfast is the one meal you really should kind of go wild on, because then you can burn it off the rest of the day. And so, yeah. So,
thank you.
EndlessBrooks, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, so yeah, I would like to get back into that. So I'm going to write that down, because the wife won't do. That's one thing she won't do. She's always worried when I give blood that I'm going to die, which at this point, she's probably off the hook. Because I think we pretty much got the house paid for. So, yeah, she might be good. Good to see you, EndlessBrooks. Thanks for being here. But, yeah, so, but, yeah, there's kind of a trust factor. Like I said, Red Cross, I never had a problem donating to the Red Cross. So, when they could pretty much do anything they wanted to me, I could have probably got molested in there. It wouldn't have been a thing, so. Yeah, they would. Like I said, every time I went in there, their eyes lit up. Like, oh man, we're gonna make our quota today on this guy. And so, yeah, I'm always like, sure, okay. Like, hey, I'm here, so take what you need. Just leave me enough so that I can get home. I can take a nap when I get home. Just leave me enough to get home. Don't completely empty my tank, and they always give you cookies and pretzels and a pop, so yeah, I'm all good. Yeah, the corpse can be EndlessBrooks. Sorry about that. Many of them have very high tax rates, which means they take a little bit, and actually they take a lot of bit of every single penny you make, which I do not agree with. So we have a corp for the stream that is a zero tax corp. Now, we don't do a whole lot. I mean, we have a mining event and a couple other things that we do that we just do on a regular basis. And we do build ships for our corp mates and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I refuse to take your money from your dailies and your everything else. That strikes me as highway robbery. So yeah, a gallon of blood for 4 ounces of orange juice. Yeah, well, like I said. And the other thing is, I always looked at, it's funny, when I started doing it, I looked at it as an easy way to have my blood tested. Like, all right, they'll tell me, they won't tell me what's wrong, but they'll tell me, hey, don't come back anymore. and I'll know if I'm, okay or not. So, yeah, you can join, but you may never leave, like Hotel California, right? That's the other thing. When you try to leave, it's like you got to wait 24 hours just to make sure you really want to leave. Like, what? But yeah. But yeah. But yeah, that's the first time I went in there. I was like, okay, well, at least I'll get my blood tested and they can, tell me if something's wrong. Yeah, they do tell you. Yeah. Welcome to the HOA. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, they do test your blood. Like I said, they probably won't tell you what's wrong, but they'll tell you, hey, don't come back anymore. And then I'll be like, okay, let me go to my doctor. Yeah, and it's weird. My company had for many years, they stopped. They went to the tracking wrist brace that you guys saw when I was back in Kansas City, but I don't wear it anymore. But yeah, they had one where every year you had to go to one of their clinics and they would, take your blood pressure, take this, take that, and give you so many points for each one you passed. And if you got enough points, then you got a discount on your medical insurance. And, I would go to give blood over and over and over again, and they would tell me my blood pressure was perfect. And then I would go to that place where they're going to actually give me points, and they would tell me, oh, your blood pressure's way high or way low. And I'd be like, how is that possible? And so, yeah, I think it was kind of rigged. So then when they went to the tracking one, I was like, well, yeah, give me the tracker, because at least then you guys aren't, lying to me just to not give me points and give me a discount on the damn insurance. So I'm a noob and they invited me, so I joined. But now they start telling me about how they lost their base and the in-corp fights. Yeah, yeah. And that's not uncommon. That's not uncommon, EndlessBrooks. Sorry about that. Yeah, I always recommend to new players to stay in the NPC corps until you really get your feet under you. Because most of the corps that send invites out in Jita and the other places are not good corps. They're leeches. Pardon my French, since we're talking about giving blood. But yeah, so there's something to be said for that. But so I just checked the gate camp, and there is nothing going on between here and Venelin. So I'm going to run back to Venelin. Let me check it again to make sure. The question is, what do I want to take? I'm French, so I'm used to it. Yeah, you guys have been getting a bad rap for a long time. So yeah, sorry about that. But yes, don't just join any corp. The other problem that happens with a corp is based on a corp, that displays your corp to everybody in the game. And so if they're at war with somebody, those people can shoot you for no reason, which is always a bad deal, because I had that happen several times where I got shot because of the corp I was in, not because of any animosity with me. And so, but yeah, so you got to be careful just joining any corp. But that's a kind of one of those new experiences you got to learn the hard way sometimes. Best lessons in life are the ones you learn the hard way, because you don't forget those. So yeah, so sorry about that, EndlessBrooks. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out which ship I want to fly back. I have some ore here, which I could probably fit in my... I'm going to leave the Kernite, but I could probably fit all this in my prorator, which will definitely guarantee I make it, which I like. Got some Skinner stuff to take back and some other stuff. Yeah. Got these salvage ones. I don't know if I want to take them back or not. So I wish I knew before they made me sell everything and travel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because you want to be where their base is, but that also is where you're going to get shot at more, because that's where, like you said, they lost their base. So that means they probably are at war with somebody. And that would have been kind of good to know, because you could have stayed 40 jumps away and probably did better. So yeah, but hindsight's always 20/20. So yeah, that's kind of... Welcome to Eve. Welcome to Eve, because that is kind of how Eve works. But yeah, sorry about that. That's a common new player thing, so I apologize for that. I wanna say that is not an uncommon thing that happens to most people. So sorry about that. So yeah, at least you're in a good crowd. At least you're in a good crowd. All right, so let's see if we can fit all this on my prorated. So let's start with the ore, since that's the important stuff. I'm gonna leave the kernite because that's gonna go to geocell. So yes, looks like we're good ore-wise. Check. I'm pretty sure I don't need these missiles. I'm going to leave the fireworks. The scimitar never falls asleep on us, but Jackson might boost sometime in the future, and you know, we need to wake him up if he falls asleep on us. Leave the Novas. Nova torpedo, throw those in there. Titanium, so leave those here. I could probably use those. All right, let's take this guy. Yeah, I don't think I'm using these. Let's take these. Blood tags, the Skinner stuff. Let's throw all that in there. Oh, won't fit. Oh, the Explorer frigate. That's all right. That kind of makes sense. That's a big one. And why I did it in that order, I don't know. So I have to be at the DA's office tomorrow at 10 a.m. Not sure what I'm doing tonight. Oh, my Lord. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure they just want you as a witness. Nothing major. You'll be fine. Yeah. Famous last words. Take you to my castle far away. Of course, I don't know. Witness might be worse. Focus. Keep the festival launcher. We're probably going to need that. Regulated ion. I'm not doing nothing with. Save the restrained. We don't need these scanners anymore. Thank you, CCP, for making one of the modules you forced us to buy obsolete. Throw this guy in there. That guy in there. You know, I could open these and turn these in at the one. Oh, my Lord. A light bulb. Salvage. I'll take the salvage. Sancha, infrared. Yeah. Script. Not very good salvage, but okay. For those lost but never forgotten. I don't even know what that is. A small-scale replica model of the fallen capsular memorial from the system of Molia. Isn't that cute? We'll leave that here. We'll leave that here. Talk about going to trial and what I can expect. I have to be, you know, yeah, talking about going to trial and what I can expect. Yeah, so. All right, let's open these guys because I can actually turn these in on the way through. There's a DED place in Hatakani. So, next. If there's any DED ones in here, yeah. So I think those are the ones that get sold at the DED ones. Alone tonight. But yeah, sorry to hear you got to go to trial, Scimitar. That sucks. I'm sure it's going to work out in your favor, so that's all that matters. Excuse me. I put a can there for my friends. Didn't know they had an in-game item. Yeah, I saw one for the lizard emote. A sound fuel in the shape of a jade dragon. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that one says for the fallen. Says it's a replica of the one in Molea. Which I don't know that I've ever been to Molea. Probably have. I wish there was a way to just say hack 'em all. I know some people like this, but since there's really no chance of what I'm getting, it's already decided. Just give it to me. Then I'll look through it later. Figure out what was good and what was bad. Salvage I can always use. Though I'd like some higher level salvage. Oh, I guess there is a hack all button in there. Yeah. Yeah. Reading is fundamental. There we go. Yeah, I'm ignoring it. Yep, yep. Alright. Alright. So we'll take this one. Actually, I probably should take this one. Of course, now I'll probably guaranteed to get blown up. Alright, let's see what we got. There's some more salvage, so let me get that. Alright. Where are those? So I got, here's the Nation Stormhive shards. It doesn't look like that they're offered at Adatane. So I thought the shards were what I could sell at the DED. Yeah. Critical component enables volatile ice storms. Ah, so it's contraband. So I don't know if they'll buy them or not. Is this from your combat site? No, actually, this is from the ice site. So yeah, we were doing ice yesterday and the day before, and I think the day before that. So yeah, we were doing ice all that time. So yeah, like you said, Blue Gray, that's what I've been doing. And but yeah. So but I thought I could sell them at a DOD. Shards are like 1,000,008. That's what I thought. But it says they're contraband, so I don't want to fly to the DOD or the DED and then have them shoot me. That would be totally uncool. And normally, if there were some, it shows me on the, when I hover over it, it gives me an estimate. These ones don't show an estimate. View market details. Let's see. Yeah, so they're selling for 1,000,000. Yeah, Concord. I think there's a DED one in Hatakani. Let's set our destination for Venelin. There's Hatakani. Yeah, there's a Concord in Hatakani. So yeah. So that's on the way. So I'll hit that on the way. Actually, we want to go to Hogamo. But I think I need to take Civila off the restriction list. Manage route. Clear. Do not avoid Civila. Yeah, so Hatakani's right here. So we'll turn these guys in at Hatakani. 1,000,000 each. Alright, let's throw those in there. So yeah, actually, let me go ahead and just set that one. Set destination. Add waypoint. Alright. What else? We'll leave the filaments here because this is probably where we're going to be jumping anywhere we jump. Caldorian Navy, save those. We'll put these in here. I don't know how I missed those. Alright. I think I've got some tier 2 mining drones and tier 2 salvage drones I want to bring back. So, yeah, civil is fine. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. When I hovered over them, it usually shows me that. So it looks like, you know, CCP broke something else, which is not unusual. So, all right, so let's fly back. I think maybe I'll bring a couple pioneers back. Did I build any pioneers? I thought I did.
Warp drive active.
No, the outriders will probably be better. But yeah, so. But yeah, we were talking about the liver or the kidney donation. So one of my wife's friends, pastor friend, his wife is having some kidney problems. And so I said about getting tested. And my wife was deathly afraid of me getting tested. I'm like, well, there's no risk getting tested. And it's highly unlikely that I'm a match. The only risk would be if we found out I am a match and then making a decision there. Which, you know, I got 2 kidneys. I could survive. I don't drink anymore, so. If you need Concord location, you can search Concord in the show. Yep. Now, there's actually, I remember there's one because I've sold to them multiple times. It's right on the route back and forth. So I'll hit it on the way. Why my eye is watering? It is pouring down rain here today, which is ironic because the Weather Channel, the weather.com, says no rain today. So I think I need to find a new weather authority here in the Philippines for my internet weather.
Warp drive active.
They are not correct. Not correct. Sorry, ads are on. We'll make a quick trip back to Venelin. Make a quick trip back to Venelin. I saw Sniper Chris was on earlier. Yeah, it's Friday, so people are complaining that nobody's streaming. So Narcos is out there streaming. Steve's out there. Steve's streaming. Chaos is out there. What are they complaining about? Yeah, they got good streamers out there. Got really good streamers out there. So Autonomous is out there. So yeah. It's Goonies out there. Contempo Enterprises out there. Yeah, you got nothing to complain about. Not sure why I'm not following Contempo. But yeah. Is Abazin as bad as people say it is? Saves me 20 jumps. Yeah, so here's a site. EndlessBrooks. Sorry, takes me a second to get it copy pasted. Give that a check. You can plug in where you are and where you're going, and it'll tell you if there are any problems between there. And it's usually up to date within like 2 minutes. So the only problem you'll have is if somebody starts killing people 2 minutes before you get there. But Abazin is a very risky one. But if you catch it at the right time of day, you can get through. So. But yeah, I use that all the time. In fact, I just used it for this trip. So I have Civila and Udema, which are between me and where I'm going now. And they are gank capital sites. So I use that to check and see if the gankers are awake or if they're sleeping. And I only travel at when they're sleeping. So
Warp drive active.
this ship I'm flying here is actually really good at beating the gate camps, but I don't try to push it too often if I can help it. So yeah, I use that site all the time. Staple and Eve. Udema is safer than that. Yeah, Tama is bad too. Yeah, Tama is really bad. Tama and Abazin. Those are the two I think probably worst. But it'll also, that site will also allow you, EndlessBrooks, to put in that you want to avoid Abazin, and it'll give you a different route based on that. And then you can actually put in your flying to avoid that as well. So, and if you need me to show you that, I can show you how to do that. Adding something to the avoid list is very easy. Removing it from the avoid list is a little harder. So, no worries. Yeah, that's always a good one too. So, all right, I'm gonna sell these shards. Make me 23 million. Not a huge amount of profit for the work we did, 3 days, but that'll help cover another giveaway. So.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh. So yeah, I started an. Sorry, I meant to, no, dinner time. No worries, no worries. Fly safe. And so yeah, I started an hour early because I owe you guys an hour from yesterday, but I'm planning on streaming till normal time, which is 1 p.m. here, midnight, East Coast. So. All right, 23,000. And of course, they're going to take their freaking tax. They're going to take their freaking tax. All right. But yeah. Now we'll continue on. Yeah, Hadakani is right before Civila. It is pouring here. Pouring. And ironically, weather.com still says no rain today. I tell you, some days it's a wonder. It's a wonder. It's a wonder. Normally I refresh the site right before I go into the areas that are problematic. It doesn't that's one problem, is it doesn't refresh on its own. You do have to refresh it. So yeah, pouring here. So I think because it's pouring, we're probably not going to go over to the lot today. I didn't think we were going today. The wife was supposed to go to Manila. She needs to do some Christmas shopping. She's got a big party planned for the workers for Christmas. She's planning on giving gift bags. And these are all guys. Like, yeah, gift bags. But, you know, we're in the Philippines, so whatever makes her happy. And so, but I think she's going to have toothpaste and toothbrushes and soap and shampoo and, you know, that kind of stuff in the gift bag. So they probably would enjoy that. And then of course I was going to have her pick up my barbecue from my nephew and my puto from my niece, because I have no breakfast here. I've been eating cheese for breakfast, which is fine because I have like 8 bags of 16 pieces of cheese that are going to expire in 2 weeks. So, though I'm pretty sure this cheese is so so,
Active.
what's the word? Chemicalized that it probably won't be bad after it expires. So just drop off a cooler full of ice cold beer. That's what I told her, is why not, you know, the night before they leave, why don't we get them a case of beer, you know? And she's like, no, I'm not giving them beer. The other thing I said was they all smoke. I said, let's buy them a carton of cigarettes, you know? No, I'm not giving them cigarettes. Smoking is bad for you. Well, guess what? They're going to do it whether you give them the cigarettes or not. So why not help them out? They're helping us out, right? And so, yeah. My wife, my brother-in-law, Archie, he smokes and drinks. And she rails him every chance she get for both. And I'm like, I think he's 50 years old. I'm like, he's 50 years old, for crying out loud. Let him live his life. She's the older sister. Older than him. In fact, I think he's the only brother she is older than. And so she's the only one that she can command around. And he always looks super, abashed when she tells him to stop smoking, but he never stops smoking. So,
Active.
so I'm like, yeah. Oh yeah. Because cigarettes here are not as expensive as in America. Everything here is pretty much cheaper than America, except gasoline. Gasoline is very expensive. And there was one other thing I came across that I was really shocked. I mean, any of the American products, getting this cheese is really, string cheese is really expensive. Because they ship it in from California, which is not where I would count good cheese coming from. I'd like them to ship me in some from Wisconsin, and then we're talking. But cheese capital of the U.S. Probably cheese capital of the world. I don't know. I think Sweden makes a lot of cheese too, but yeah. But yeah, it's pretty funny. He always tries to dictate to everybody that they should live to her standard, and I'm like, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Kind of like in prison, you send the guy says, put some money in my commissary. He's just gonna buy cigarettes with it, so just buy him cigarettes. They're worth more. When he buys them, they're gonna charge him an arm and a leg. But if you buy them, you can get them pretty cheap, and then give him the cigarettes, right? The currency in prison, right? You're not gonna stop him from smoking, so yeah. But yeah, God bless her. God bless her. Power of Love. Huey Lewis and the New.
Docking request.
But yeah, I don't think we have anything major planned for this weekend. We're definitely going over to the land at least once. I think she might be going to Manila tomorrow instead of today. I don't. Here in the Philippines, all plans are very fluid. Right up to the minute that the plan takes effect. So yeah, so I don't really count on anything here. Alright, let's stack this up. See what we got. See what we got. And a one good won't make them all right. Could haul that other kernite back there, but why? Why? Alright. Alright, let's reprocess. One more hour on the Pioneer BP. There you go. Oh, and Holland. Yeah, Holland makes a lot of cheese too. That's a good one. I remember that. Alright. So then let's switch ships. Actually, let's take all the cargo out of this guy first. Select all. Yeah, it is pouring here. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. Alright, let's go to item hanger. Back all. Let's take everything that's not a mineral. Vegetable. Anything that's not a mineral. Okay. Put it in the regular hold. I don't know if it definitely won't hold as much as my prorator, but I don't think I was taxing the prorator, so we probably are okay. Alright, and then we'll put these mining hole. Ah, that's a rock transport. You doofus. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Yeah, Blue Gray sent me a new fit for this. I'm going to have to check that out. Thanks for that, Blue Gray, by the way. Yep, Huey Lewis in the news. Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I didn't look at it in any detail, but it definitely is better than what I have on there. So thank you for that. All right, so let's do this. Take these, put them in there. So yeah, I must have left the mineral one at Venolin, like a Nimrod. So we'll fix that. Alright, so we can't get it all. Still got 500,000 pyrite. And then, of course, 43 million trit, which we may sell. Alright, so let's go on the Venolin. Yeah, 50 million cheaper, and you score a core stabilizer with instant warp. Yeah, so mine has, it has some stabilizers on it. I got that one actually from Blossom. Back when she was still playing.
Warp drive active.
And I should have just looked at it, but I'm going to swap it here in a second, so we'll take a look at it. But anything that saves me money, I'm definitely in favor of. Bigglesworth crashed him into an asteroid and a station last night. Way to go, Bigglesworth. I want to go to Venolin. Oh, no, I am in Venolin. Duh. I already jumped, which makes sense. All right, let's dock here. I'm going to take the mineral hopper back. Let me know what you think. I like them both. I think the 12 AU slower. Yep. But that is the good. Yep. I agree. I agree. Yeah. If it saves money, by all means. You know me. I'm as cheap as they come. And Blossom, she never worried about money. Which is funny. Now she doesn't play anymore.
Docking request accepted.
But now she doesn't play anymore, so. Bow, bow. Alright. So these are ammo. I'll sort them all later and sell off what I want to sell. This is resources. Other. Actually, these are all other. Other. These are resources. These are resources. More than likely, these are crap. Oh, that's a other. 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 And yeah, these are crap. We'll throw these in the item hanger so we can recycle them. All right, cool. Now, we'll look at the ship hanger, because the Cryos is here. Let's board this one. We'll take this one back to Hogamo. We'll take this one back to Hogamo. Sorry, my back's itching. Been doing a lot of sweating lately, so I have a condition. My body does not deal with. Why can't I think of the name of it? Potassium. It's like, I know it starts with a P. My body doesn't deal with potassium well, so when I sweat, I lose more potassium than the average person, and it causes cramps. And so I've been getting a lot of cramps when I'm sleeping lately. So, which is probably because I'm walking around more than I have been, and I'm sweating a lot more. So you normally in America it would happen. I would just eat a couple bananas. But here, in one of the banana capitals of the world, I never have any bananas. Oh, I keep telling my wife when I buy bananas. The problem is here, you buy bananas, 2 days later they're bad, very bad. So. Me too. Every time I drink beer, I have to go to the bathroom and let it out. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, my coffee does the same effect. Yeah, my coffee does the same effect. Two big cups of this, you know, and I'm usually running. Gonna burst. But yeah. There's a refinery. So yeah, so let's get in here. So why not grow bananas? Yeah. And we probably will, but they grow everywhere here, so it's kind of a waste to, it's kind of a waste to start our own banana tree when they're everywhere. But that's kind of the thing. I think that because they're so common, my wife doesn't buy them because it's like, well, it's bananas, and I need bananas, but unfortunately, I don't need them every day. So yeah, they usually go bad. So I do have potassium supplement that I take when the cramps get really bad. And I'll probably take some of that today, but yeah, I woke up 2 or 3 times last night with my legs cramped and my feet cramped. And like, which was ridiculous in my opinion. But yeah, that's kind of a thing that's been going on with me for a while. So like I said, it did happen in America. I think there was a couple streams where I actually got a cramp. I think my the charity stream that I did last year, I think I got a cramp in the middle of it and had to go get a banana. I think that's probably when I got the most donations, was because they felt sorry for me. So yeah. All right, let's take this load back. Pineapples, beautiful cactus plant. Yeah, so we are going to grow some pineapple. My wife loves pineapple, but they take like 5 years to grow. But pineapples here, you actually, when you eat the pineapple, if you just when you cut the top off, if you just stick that in the ground, it grows another pineapple. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You know, when you eat an apple, if you take the seeds and throw them in the ground, it'll grow an apple tree. Okay. But one pineapple grows one pineapple. The problem is it's a 5-year, 3 to 5 year process. So, but yeah, she had planned on planting some pineapples. She loves pineapple. I'm not a huge pineapple fan. Every 2 years. Okay, so that's not too bad. You could kind of rotate it enough so that you wouldn't have to, But yeah, I probably eat a pineapple every 2 years. But she loves pineapple, so that's good. She likes the sour. I'm not a big sour, so they have to propagate somehow. Yeah, and that's a good point. I don't know how that works. But yeah, that makes sense. It's got to be fertilized. So, though I think they say the bees do it. So, one of the things I thought about doing, we had actually discussed maybe buying the property next to us. But I thought about putting up a beehive. Not a beehive, but a bee, where the bees could live and produce honey. Because there's not a whole lot of honey here, where they have a lot of bees. And so, one year I had to double on the same plant. See, that's pretty good. But yeah. And so, yeah, that's something I was always interested in doing in America, but I worked too damn much, so I couldn't ever get it done. But yeah, I thought this would be a perfect place. I could, have bees and have honey and give honey to the neighbors and, be everybody's favorite guy, and then use honey, which is more natural, so I don't have to use the processed sugars. So, win, 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 win. And probably get stung every once in a while, so yeah, no problem. But after seeing the area that our house is going to take up, I don't think there's enough room for me to put a beehive on there and not get my wife stung. Because my wife's probably allergic. She's allergic to like everything. She doesn't, it's not like a deathly allergic. It's a, hey, I'm going to get hives type of allergic. But still. So I definitely don't want to. I was so excited. My first wife had cats, so we never were able to have a real pine Christmas tree because the cats would pee all over it, which really ruins the pine smell. More than you could ever imagine. Yeah, horrible. And so, yeah, so the cats would pee on it. And I thought about killing the cats, but that's a whole different issue. So anyway, the wife, so then when I got divorced, I thought, great. Yeah, we don't have stingless bees here. Yeah, no. So yeah, so then when I got divorced, I thought, great, now I can go back to having a pine tree. Because I remember as a kid, we would go out and cut down, the 9 of us would go out with my dad and cut down a pine tree and drag it home and put it up. It was, one of the very pleasant memories of my childhood. And so yeah, so of course, after the divorce was finally final, Adele came and I had a pine tree, Christmas tree, and she broke out in hives from head to toe. Allergic to pine. And I'm like, I took her then and had her tested, and they gave us this huge list of all these things she's allergic to, including seafood, which she eats on a major basis. So yeah. So I'm not sure it was really the best list, but yeah, most of them do make her break out with hives, so. But yeah, it was funny because I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So we could never have a pine tree again. So we bought an artificial pre-lit, which is ironically still in the box because we don't have any room here in this rental. I was thinking I was going to put it up here in my room, but I don't have a whole lot of room here either. With my, why am I in Hogomo? Oh, because I'm bringing it back. Ugh. I tell you, some days, I don't know how I even get out of bed. But yeah, we do not have stingless bees here. Yeah, no. They don't have, I haven't seen a whole lot of wasps, knock on wood. But they do have bees. And the bees, for some reason, the bees and the ants, they love Archie. So we took donuts the other day. And I guess one of the boxes blew over. It only had like a piece of a donut left in it, but the piece of the donut went on the ground, and within 5 minutes, the ants had swarmed it. And I mean thousands of ants. And of course, Archie stepped right in the middle of them, and they just climbed up his leg, and yeah, it was like, and so yeah, it was, and so yeah, and the bees, it seemed for some reason, I haven't seen any bees. But Archie has been stung twice while I was with him, and I'm like, I didn't even see a bee. And so, yeah. But he's obviously not allergic, so I wish I could find a bulb for my giant lava lamp. You can! Yeah, go out on, Amazon has them, and I think even eBay. Though I'm not sure how much you can trust eBay anymore. But I think even eBay has them. Alright, so here's the rock transport. So here's our fitting. And so I do have the inertial stabilizers and the shield extenders. And then the rigs. But I'm curious, I want to check it out versus Bluegrays. Of Corporation filters, personal filters. Yeah, so I think I saved it as a personal filter. It's not a destroyer. It's not a freighter. It's a hauler. And it's a Galente hauler. And it is the miasmos. Yes. Yeah, there's the one. So yeah. So you put the micro warp drive on there. That's what the difference is. Yeah, so that's not a big deal. Exit simulation. Yeah. No, you got it. Yeah, it looks like it's exactly the same. Yeah, you just had them in a different order. Yeah, it looks like it's the same, Blue Gray. Need a 50mm insta warp out of cloak. 50mm. Yeah, the one I have on here is 50mm. Yep, compact. Maybe the fit I have from you was degraded. Yeah, maybe. And then here's Jim's. Jim was I think he was tier 1. So yeah, he couldn't. Power cores, yeah. He was tier 1. That's Jim Stillwater, your other guy. And then here's Speeder, which I don't know what Speeder is. Yeah, Speeder's got 3 inertial stabilizers. That brings it down to 5 jump, 6 seconds. Mine is 7, almost 8 seconds. Let's say 8 seconds. Yeah, and yours is 10 seconds. 10 and a half. 10, 3/4. Which is weird, because I don't know why yours is higher. It looks exactly the same. Mark 1. Compact micro warp drive. Yeah, I don't know. You don't want to depend on aligning scene is scannable. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's why I try to keep the align time as low as I can. Because that's it. Yeah, they are all 10s. Yeah, see, this is 50. And the one I have is a 50 as well. Jim's was, yeah, Jim's, I think he's tier 1, so that's why. But I don't know what the difference is here. This looks exactly the same, but mine is 7. You know what? It's probably because I'm in this one, so it's given my skills. That's probably why. So yeah, I think yours is exact. I think the one you sent me is the same. Yeah, so probably you didn't have the latest here, and you actually made the same thing. This is the one Blossom made. So I'm going to take this back to Venolin. Yeah. No reason at all to lower alignment if you're MWD cloak tricking. That's true. That's true. I don't know that I've ever successfully done the MWD cloak trick, though. I probably have, and I just didn't realize that's what it was, but yeah, that may be one we might have to go through on stream one day, so. Love you. Narcos is crazy. Did you compare the cost? I did not. I did not. So that's probably where the difference was. Okay. Yeah, I did not. It looked like they had exactly the same items on them, but I'm probably missing which one. So yeah. Probably my micro warp drive was way more expensive than yours. I just use whatever I have laying around, so. But yeah. Alright, let's dock up here. Yeah, let's dock up here and we'll switch back to my prorater since we're here. And then we got to go to OCO to pick up these tier 2s. So there's the simple asteroids. They only make 10 each. We're gonna have to do some more of those. There's the Outriders. Outriders, 4 runs each, 6 of them. That'll make me 24 Outriders. We'll give some Outriders away next week. I want to see what I'm missing so I can get those built.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Align, cloak, MWD cycle, uncloak just before the MWD finish. So can you run the MWD while cloaked? See, I didn't think you could. Because I always hit the MWD, then the cloak, then I tap it, and then turn it off, and then I cloak. Because, yeah, I never thought you could run the MWD while cloaked. But maybe you can. It is pouring. Yeah. Align, cloak, MWD cycle, uncloak just before the MWD finishes. There you go. Should insta warp. Cool, cool, cool. Bump, 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 bump. I keep all the afterburners MWD when mission level 4s. Yeah, so do I. In fact, I have so many, I really probably need to go in and recycle some. But yeah, I kind of always hang on to them. The ones I don't have a whole lot of are the for the battleships, so I always save those. So, all right, we switch to that. Let's go to OCO. Pick those up. Destination. I'm a hoarder. Yeah, I kind of am too. Dark Strider, good to see you. Florida man arrested for crashing a stolen BMW Beamer and claims he was teleported into the car by aliens. It's not his fault. That sounds like one he's probably not going to get away with, but I got to give him credit for trying. Gotta give him credit for trying. Gotta give him credit for trying. Good to see you, Dark Strider. I take it the mushrooms wore off when he teleported. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty sure if the aliens were going to teleport you back into a car, it'd probably be like a 1979 pickup truck. Because then the cops will never believe you. Like,
Drive active.
good song. Yeah, amazing. Weather.com still says no rain today. And it is pouring. Yeah, I think I need to find a new weather authority here in the Philippines. Weather.com doesn't seem to have their act together.
Drive active.
We used to joke about that in the Kansas City. Like, yo, dude, look out the window. Yeah, no rain today. Pouring down rain. Look out the window, man. You're about to go on air. Look out the window. Well, was he probed by the aliens to verify the story? There you go, yeah. He probably was. Probably still find part of the probe. Yeah, anal suppository.
Drive active.
Honestly, I think the best proof of alien life is the fact that they have not visited us, because they probably came by and said, man, these guys are really screwed up. They fight with each other, they destroyed the planet. Let's not talk to them. Let's just bypass them. But good news, everybody, my space engineers is finally letting me move my character around. Well, there you go. That's accomplishment. That's an accomplishment.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna put some more of these simple ones in. Some more of these bees.
Docking request accepted.
There we go. Yeah, let's do another 10. As soon as I finish docking. I should just keep repeating these. For Al. I don't think Al's on yet. Well, they probably... I have that game, played it for about an hour. Yeah, I think I played it a little longer than an hour, but it wasn't much more than that. It wasn't my cup of tea. But, well, they probably seen us diddle each other, and when we tried it, then they likely noped out in a hurry. There you go. There you go. So, Dark Strider, how you been? I got some mining twos that I need to build. Got them somewhere. Got some sigils. Almonxy, I was just talking about you. Just talking about you. Like you heard me. Cheetah is full. Spicier than usual. That's good. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I should have checked. I'm gonna cramp my leg. See, I just got done talking about the cramps, and they're good. Ugh. Yeah, when I go down to get my second cup of coffee, maybe I'll take a couple of those potassium pills. My eye is watering. Why? All right, so we want to go back to Ventilin. Sometimes it helps to set a target prior to undocking, but you know, who used to say? Kestrel. I wonder if I can put it in here. Some 500. Yes, I can. Yeah, let's pick up this Kestrel just for the heck of it. Let's say add waypoint. No. Set destination. Remove waypoint. Set destination, and then add a waypoint at Ventilin. There we go. Free up that one. What's happening today? I am just flying around. I was actually, I picked up some of the BPCs that I invented for your tier 2 simple B crystals. So I'm gonna go build some of those. So that's why I was mentioning you. So, but yeah, I flew back to Ventilin, took the ore back, and yeah. Oh yeah. And yeah, I wanted to pick up these BPCs. So I invented 6 copies of the Outrider at 4 runs each. So for a total of 24 Outriders that we can make. So I'm bringing those back as well. So we can see. We'll give some Outriders away next week. See how long they take to build. Home place in your soul. The 2 BPCs I gave you have something to do with the new mining. Okay. Cool. I will check them out. Mining question. Go ahead, Blue Gray. Opening ore pockets or something. Okay, so they're probably filaments then. Of course, I flew all the way back and left them, so, you know. I think so. I think you can harvest anything with miner twos.
Docking permission requested.
You just don't harvest as much. It's the strip miners, when you get to the strip miner level, or the deep core miners, that the crystals is what controls what you can mine and what you can't. But yes, you should be able to harvest anything with the miner twos. It's just how much does it give you. It may be a low value. All right, let's throw these guys in blueprints. Oh, nope, I'm in the wrong place. I'm not going to throw them in blueprints yet. We're going to put this kestrel in here. Free this up. Yeah, it's empty. Cool. No problem, Blue Gray. Now, like I said, take it with a grain of salt, because it may not, you know. Xurdaben going great. But yeah, the way I understand it is the miners themselves can mine anything. What determine it? They just may get a very low number per cycle without the crystals, so that's why you upgrade to the next ones and the crystals. So even the deep core miners and the strip miners, without a crystal, they'll mine anything. They don't do a very good job of it. I think they mine less than the miner twos without a crystal. But once you add the crystal is what controls what type of ore you can mine. So yeah.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, Xurdaben going great. Just flying around, picking up some BPCs. I got 24 runs of the Outrider that I can make. So we're gonna build those and give away some Outriders next week. They won't be done by the time we quit the stream today, but yeah, we'll get those made up, and then I'll probably start selling them, because they're probably selling pretty high.
Warp drive
I still want to get myself an Odysseus, but I will not pay for it. It's outrageous. Chasing experiences. Is the house progressing well? So yes, there's another video out there, Al, if you haven't got a chance to see it. I took like 2 hours of footage and edited it down to like 17 minutes, but mostly because I kept cutting out me saying, exceptional job, exceptional job. Damn, it's hot. Damn, it's hot. Damn, it's hot. Yeah. So it's on YouTube, but I put the link to it on Discord. So, yeah, Discord won't let me upload them because they're too big. So, yeah, so they keep trying to get me to sign up for Nitro, and as you guys know, I'm as cheap as they come. So yeah. All right, let's do simple. And let's find the B2s. Whoops. Fly by. All right. Oh, I don't have the B1s. I gotta build B1s in order to make the B2s. Of course I do. Oh. Say 50. Enough for 50. I don't want to use up all my knocks. All right, let's do 10. All right, we'll get those going. And then, what am I looking for? The Outriders. Helps if you spell it right. All right, so let's do not blueprints. Let's do resources. All right. So we got enough ion thrusters. Actually, we got enough for one. Yeah. So we got some of the components. We don't have the pioneers, so we got to build the pioneers. Of course we do. Of course you do. Don't be silly. So we're going to need at least 24 pioneers, which probably won't be a problem. Though I'd really like to get this material up further. What's that going to take? 5 days for one level. Yeah, I don't have that kind of time. All right, so let's do 12 of these pioneers, at least so we have those. All right. And then we'll throw it in the oven for another level. I follow your YouTube channel. Cool, cool. Appreciate it. What was that we need to do a word ban while you're on the site? There you go. Yeah. 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 Exceptional. Exceptional job. I literally said that 27 times. And yeah, and I complained about the heat 27 times. Yeah. And yeah, there were quite a few. Yeah. Yeah, I was really shocked at how many times I repeated myself. I think it's because I don't have you guys giving me feedback and talking to me so that I can't. So I feel like I have to say something, so I just keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. Like a complete and total moron. So yeah. All right, so we're building those, we're researching those, we're building those. 20 hours for the pioneers. Okay, so while that's going on, let's build the other components. So to build 4 of them, I need some more ion thrusters. All right, so I got ion thrusters, but I'm sure I don't have what I need for them. Maybe I do. How many do I need? I guess I should have probably checked that. To build 4, I need 241. To build 12 would be 3 times that, so 600, 723. 723? I think that's right. 723. 241 times 3. Where's my calculator? $241 times 3. 723. Man. Tell me I wasn't a math major. Pow! Pow! 723. Did it in my head. Alright. So yeah. So, and I have. So now I got to subtract out the 146. Actually, let's just do the 723. Let's see if we have enough for 723. Probably not. Where's my... There it is. Next. Alright. So 723. 723. No, we're missing the ferrogel. Of course we are. It looks like we can do about half of that. So let's say 350. Alright, we can do 350. Let's do that. Alright. And the photon microprocessors, we need 1397 times 3, 4191. All right, photon microprocessor. Photon microprocessor. How'd I get 2 of these? Oh, that's one that Jerry Can made. Okay, cool. Yeah, so 1,000. I need 4,000. But yeah, I'm not even close. So 4191. There you go. So yeah, and there's fair. Oh no, that's photonic. So yeah, so we need to make a run for those. All right. Fusion reactor unit. For some reason, I always have what I need for the fusion reactor unit. I don't know why, but 66 times 3. Let's say 200. Let's just make 200. 198 is what that comes to. I should have been able to do that one in my head, but fusion reactor unit. And we said 200. Yeah, we're short. But technically, I only need 69 for the first set. No, no, it was 69. 66. 66. So let's say 66. I bet you I got enough for 66. I do. Do I have enough for 132? I do not. Oof. No. Half that. 75. All right, we'll do that. That'll make it harder to figure out later, but, you know, what else is new? Pulse shield emitter is the next lowest one. 167 times 3. Should have tried to do that one in my head, but 501. Man, can't beat that. Pulse shield emitter. Helps if you spell it right. 501. All right. So pretty close on the crystal carbonide, but no problem. All right, so we got that one. Magnetic sensor cluster 291. So let's say 300 times 3 is 900 minus 27. 900 minus 27 is 873. 873. Let's see. 291 times 3. 873. Man. Math major extraordinaire. Yeah, I would pick hot. I follow your YouTube channel. The snowball challenge keep rotating around and around. I'm back to needing to be shot again. I tried locking a random guy in an ice saw. He didn't appreciate it much. See, I never got the one where I had to be shot. I think you might reread it. I think you have to shoot someone else, I think is how it works. All right, so magnometric sensor cluster. MAGNONENET. Magnometric sensor cluster. 655, 873. All right. 873. So yeah, we're short on all that. Crystal carbonide, which is a common one I'm always short on. 621. 621 times 3. So 600 times 3 is going to be 1800. 21 times 3 is 63. So 1863, right? 1863. 621 times 3. 1863. Bam. Oscillating control unit. So I think these are the same components that I build in the prorator, to be honest. And 1863. 1863. Yep. So there's those. Nothing super expensive. We got those covered. Nano transistors, but yeah, you know how that works. All right. And next one is this guy. Crystal carbonide. That's it. 6,364. So times 3 is 18,900. 64 times 3 is going to be 1,800. So it's 19,000, 20,712. 20,712, I think. 6,364 times 3. 19,092. Nope, I was off on that one. All right. But crystal carbonide, they're actually not too bad. crystalline. There it is. All right, 19,092. Actually, this is making 19,100. All right, so yeah, 47 million, 73 million. So yeah, so still, that's over a little over 100 million. The rest of these aren't that bad. These are being built. We got these. We should have more than enough of the morphite. We should have more than enough of these. So yeah, I think we're good. All right. So maybe we'll make a run. Maybe we'll make a run. The problem is going to be these ones that I have building right now. So, which I think are these two. And the fusion reactor. So yeah, so I'll have to figure those out. All right, so let's make a run. My prorator. Yeah, we'll do my prorator. So yeah, so let's minimize this guy. Prorator is empty. Let's go to Jita. Said Jita's full. I remember Skimitar saying Jita was full, so we need to share. All right.
Warp drive active.
Oh, still pouring here. Still pouring. 1403 in system now. Seriously, 1400 in Jita? Good God. All right. That's all right. We'll brave it. There's the ads. Sorry, ads are on. Actually, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, you guys should be able to hear that rain. It is pouring. Nothing like kicking the trash can. Nothing like kicking the trash can. With no socks on. Alright. Sorry about that. Ended up taking a handful of the potassium pills once I found them. My wife likes to hide them, so better than kicking the dog. Yeah, the dog's in laying with the wife. The wife is still sleeping. 10 o'clock. Which is kind of surprising because I would have thought Abigail would have woke her up by now, but yeah, not so much. Not so much. So, but yeah, you guys that saw the video from the land, what did you think of the intro and the outro? And then I also used one of my panels from here to talk about stuff because there was a lot of things I wanted to say that I didn't say during the video. So yeah, I gotta try it a little bit better. Better than kicking the dog, yeah. So yeah, let me know what you think about the intro and the outro. I made those yesterday. That was part of what the time was setting those up. I used some music that I use on my stream, or actually some music I have for the stream. I don't think I've actually used it on the stream, but it is non-copyright music, or it's copyrighted, but I have the license for it, so I am legal to use it. So it's actually on the Discord, but here, let me throw it out here. Bum, 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 bum. And the music's a little loud, but which I might need to figure out. I haven't been able to figure out how to turn down the volume, which is funny. That should be a pretty easy one, but you know, should be. It's amazing. I've figured out how to cut and splice and do all this other stuff, but little things like, hey, how do I make the volume on this one particular clip lower? Haven't figured out yet. But I have asked ChatGPT on several things, and ChatGPT has told me every one successfully, so I've got to give him credit. It suggested this. I'm using DaVinci, what is it? DaVinci Resolve, which is a free video editor, and that has worked out really well. But it does take me some time to figure out, okay, where's this, where's that, where's this, where's that. But I'm getting a hang of it, so it is taking less time each time. But yeah, but I made the intro and the outro, and I'll reuse those on every one. So, and I got a link to the Twitch stream on the intro and the outro. But the intro and the outro are the same. I think I just put a thanks for watching and please like and subscribe on the outro. So yeah, it's the same as the intro with some extra words added. So yeah, so that one really didn't take that long, but yeah. Well, yeah, let me know what you guys think. Let me know if the volume's too loud on that music. DaVinci Resolve, probably the best free program. Yeah, that's what ChatGPT had said. And I've been pleased with it. Oh yeah, I've been pleased with it. So like I said, it's I'm still learning it, but we definitely needed to edit. That was kind of a dead giveaway. So all right. So let's do the pulse emitter. Well, actually, let's do this. Oh yeah, we can't. Let's do pulse emitter. Oh, let's do crystalline. Yeah, let's do that one first. All right. So view market details. It's not what I want. So I need 750, let's just say 800,000. 800,000 crystal carbonide and 200,000 of the ceramic fibers. Okay, so 800,000. Buy. Can I get 800,000 from this guy? 800,000 is 85 million. Why did you tell me it was... I think it said it was 73. So yeah, I'm buying more. So that's probably why. Plus it's averaging the price. So, whoa, where'd you go? All right. So let's say, yeah, let's just say 200,000 of these guys. All right. All right, that's that. Crystal carbonide. So we'll go backwards. Hello. There you go. No, not that far. All right, so the next biggest one is that guy, but we're actually making him now. So we need 1397. Where's my calculator? So that's like 1,500. So let's say 1,500 times 3 is 4,500. We need 4,500. And we're making... photon microprocessor. Oh, we're not making any. Okay. Well, no, we can do that one. Oh, no, not in jobs, you dingbat. Photon microprocessor. 4191. Let me get to 4191. Okay. All right, so we need another, let's say 65,000 crystalline carbonide, which we already bought. I really need a way to get these so I do it all together. 65,000. All right. And 23,000 of these. All right. And let's say 8,000 of these and 8,000 of those. Okay. All right. $94 million. Jesus. Why am I so low? Where'd my money go? There's 100, there's 100, that's 200, there's another 100, 300. So that'd bring me down from the million where I'm at now, or the billion. Yeah, there's where I made the 23 million. There's where I gave, oh, that's daily goals. There's where I gave the donations the other day. Yeah, so no, those should be good. All right. Yeah, this is costing me more than I was planning. All right. So that's the two of those. Those are the two largest, so that's probably why too. All right. All right, next is the 621, so the oscillator. Let's say 2,000. Or no, let's just do this. So we've got the nano transistors, so I think we're okay there. But let's buy them just to be safe. So we need more carbon. So let's say 46,000. You buy 46,000. And 19,000. All right. And 2,000. All right. And let's say 4,000 of these. Oof. They're expensive. All right. That's the oscillator. Next would be the magnetometric sensor cluster. $873. All right, so we got the nano transistors, so I'm not going to buy them. We need another 18,000 of these. I really need a way to be able to just do this once. Since most of these are repeats, this one is not. All right, so let's say 2,000 of these. So I always buy extra. All right, that's that. Magnetometric. Got those three. Not that one. Next one's going to be this guy. So this is one we are building. So 241 times 3. We figured that out. Do you believe in love? 241 times 3. 723. 723. This is what it would cost me for a regular one. So let's just go ahead and buy it all. Let's do 10,000 of these. That's only a million. Negligible. Let's do 2,500 of these. Let's do 3,000. And 1,000 of these. All right. So that's more than we needed because we're already building some. So then the shield, pulse shield emitter. Pulse shield emitter. 501. So we've got the ceramic fibers, which I don't think we used anywhere else. We need another 10,000 of these. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask ChatGPT to make me a macro that'll do it, so it'll add it all up. And then Ferrogel, let's do 1,000 of these. 1,000's going to be 26 million. But that's all right. We'll use it. All right. So that's that. Post shield. All right. I got that one. So we need, I think this is the last one. And a fusion reactor, I think we might be building. How many of the fusion reactor did we build? 75. So So 66 times 3, it's 180 and 18, 198. So let's say 200. We do this. Let's say 200. There's what we need. Let's do another 2,000 of these. These are cheap. And let's do 1,000 of these. Ooh, those are expensive. Let's just do 500. Yeah. All right. So that should cover us. Already got enough to build the Pioneers. Okay. Now, the big question is, can we carry all this? Can we carry it all? All right. So item hanger. All right. What's the slowest? There's 1 million. Okay. That's the smallest. Couple 2,000s. Let's take those. There's a 10,000. 12,000. There you go. Yep. What I figured. All right. Well, then if I look at these, that comes to 42,000. Jesus. So you know what we'll do? We'll bring the avalanche back. Yeah, we'll bring the avalanche back. All right. So let's go to Jita, or excuse me, let's go to Venlin. We'll bring the avalanche back, and we'll bring it back with a load of crit. We'll make some money. See if we can recover some of what we spent. Bum bum bum.
Warp drive active.
Fenrir. Fenrir. Bum 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 bum. So appreciate you guys hanging out with me on Friday. I'm surprised we don't have more, though. Like I said, there were a bunch of them out there. Anarchos is out there. Steve's out there. Chaos is out there. So, yeah. So, it looks like EVE Online-wise, we got some of the big ones. It's Goonies out there. So, yeah. Rampage is out there. Cool. Haven't seen Rampage. SpongeyJon is out there. Oh, yeah. Badman Larry's out there. He's actually hanging out with Chaos and Scottish Dad Gaming. So that's where they're at. Yeah, so. That's why they got so many. There's 3 of them. So, yeah. So we actually have a lot more streaming today on Friday for Eve than normally do. So. Yeah, so that's cool. Bum, 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 bum. So we'll fly back and we'll get the avalanche. Bum, 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 bum. I think I can get it all in the avalanche. And we'll bring some trit so we can sell it.
Warp drive active.
But what else? Yeah, so the wife wanted to go over there because I guess she doesn't trust them to cover up the electric box and the breaker without her actually looking at to make sure they did it right, which I was like, okay, that's ridiculous. Because the foreman needs to pump. That's why he was the one that actually requested we get the well, which I was on board with all along, so no problem. But, so yeah, so he's not gonna let anything happen to it. Archie's also over there. He only was like a block away, a couple blocks away. Okay. So he's not gonna let anything happen to it. But being that we have the key for the well, it might be a good idea for us to show up. So because I don't know why they threw that in there. But like I said, I'm pretty sure they could probably just use a wrench and open it. I don't think it's really preventing any sophisticated endowment.
Warp drive active.
Calling it a key, I think, is an over-exaggeration. You can't sleep alone in a strange place. And they'll tell you you can't sleep with somebody else. But yeah, next week we should be back to normal. So I'll be streaming at 9 o'clock here in the Philippines, 9 a.m., which is 8 p.m. on the East Coast. And we'll go from there.
Warp drive active.
Barring any, developments, which I can't imagine. We'll just go over in the afternoons. I will try to go over. I think I am going to try to go over, if not every day, at least 3-4 days a week. Does your name go on the home title? So it does, but it doesn't. So we actually have the title. I'm sorry I didn't mention that. Actually, let me rephrase that. The title is complete. We don't have it in our hand yet. But the title is complete. And so it has on the title, the property is owned by Adeltrudez Badilli Bond, married to Ronald, and it says Adeltrudez Badilli Bond, Filipino, married to Ronald A. Bond Jr., American. And so it's on there. So she can't sell the property. She can't do anything without my signature. And so it protects me in that regard. But I don't have any ownership. If anything happens to her, the only avenue I have would be to sell it. So. And so, yep, I missed it. But yeah, so, Kimon, good to see you. But yeah. But I think in that case, we would just transfer it over to one of probably her eldest sister or Archie. And I'd continue to live there. We would write up a lease agreement where I would lease it for 50 years. Like I said, I think my wife's going to outlive me probably by 50 years, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. But yes, so technically my name is on it, but not as a ownership thing, more as an honorable mention. So
Docking permission requested. Docking request.
So yeah, as an honorable mention. So but yeah, so that works. I'm more than satisfied with it. Her and I have been married for 18 years now. She could have made out a lot better if she'd taken some other avenues. So I don't think this was her get rich quick scheme. So so Adele Trudez. So she goes by Adele, Adel. The spelling is Adeltrudes. And I have no idea where it comes from. It was one of the questions I did not ask her mother prior to her passing, which I really wish I had. Because yes, it is a very unique name. I have never met anyone else. But it's nice because I can pretend to be her on a regular basis because they have no idea if it's a guy or girl's name. So, which I have to do on a regular basis to, for her 401k, for her other things, which I have her permission to do, so it's not a problem. But yeah, so. But yeah, it's funny. Because they have no idea if it's a guy or girl's name, so I usually get away with it, so. Alright. I don't remember how much trit I can put on here. Okay. there it is. I was like, only 66 million. Huh, okay. I'm getting low. So 33 million is what it can. So I'm pretty sure if we check here in Hogamo, I have more than 33 million in Hogamo. So I'll just go pick that up. Yep, 36 million. So we'll just go pick that up. All right. No reason to take away from my coffers. So. Bow, wow.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so, oh. Anyway. So yeah, so I will, every time I go over there, I'll try to record at least a little bit so you guys can see. It's funny, we didn't go over for 5 days and there was massive progress. Now that I'm going over pretty much every day, it really doesn't seem like that much progress. So I'm kind of, I don't want to say disappointed because that would be an incorrect term, but yes, it's kind of, there was, yeah, because when I went over 5 days and they had 9 columns already up, I was like, damn. And now, you know, now here we are, another, what, 6 days later, and they got 13 columns up. And a lot more dug out, but the footers are poured, the columns are poured. And so yeah, so they are making progress. So yeah, the owners around slow down, yeah. We did. I mentioned it in the video. We had an older guy. So here, like I said, the Philippines, they really take care of their elders. So when the older guys walk past, we invite them in no matter what we're doing and give them food or help them out or whatever. And so we had an older guy that nobody knew that wandered onto the property while we were doing the halo halo, and I invited him to have halo halo. My wife's like, we don't know him, and I'm like, no, let's meet him, you know. And so we gave him some halo halo, and so yeah, he said, yeah, he says they're building a house. They were building a house behind his place that they started in May, and they're not as far as we are, and we started last week. So he said, yeah, he says, but he said he was 80, I think he said almost 80. He's getting ready to turn 80, and he said he hadn't seen, he hadn't seen any house go up that quickly. So yeah, I don't think the engineer's messing around. The engineer's actually going to be there tomorrow, so we're going to stop by tomorrow, so I'll definitely get some video with him. We got a couple questions. He's had some car problems the last couple of days, but as I told my wife, as long as the foreman or the engineers there, that's all I care about. And so there was a couple days end of last week where neither one of them were there and the guys were on their own, but they did a good job. But yeah, that's where I worry about mistakes being made, and especially they were pouring footers, so it wasn't really a big deal because they were already lined out from him. But you heard on the one video, not this one, but the last one, the foreman was guiding exactly where the columns were going. I keep calling them pillars. Exactly where the columns were going. And I mean down to the millimeter. Like, nope, 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 nope. Okay, now come this way. And so, yeah, so, like I said, he's been, Archie's mentioned it. He's very strict. The foreman's very strict. And so, which is, I like that. So, because, yeah, they're not messing around. They're working their butts off. They did bring in two more workers from the site in Lipa. The site in Lipa is just about done, so they're actually bringing in workers from there. But so they're gonna, and this is kind of controversial. I forgot to mention this to you guys. So the workers have asked if they can work through the 28th. So they're gonna work on Christmas Day, which I want them, you know, they're providing for their family, so I want them to have what they need to provide for their family. So, you know, I'm not going to tell them no, but I would like them to spend time with their family. Then on the 28th, they're going to go home, and then they're going to come back on January 2nd. So they have 5 days off, but they don't want to have 5 days off because they don't get paid for those 5 days. So So yeah, so that's why they're going to work Christmas and several days after Christmas and take off on the 28th. We are going to drive them to Manila, so that it'll save them their passage, pamasahe they call it. It'll save them their passage. It'll be in the van, so it'll be air conditioned, which they would not pay for, and so that's kind of nice. And of course, we are giving them Christmas gifts and stuff. So, but yeah, so but they're very upset about losing pay for 5 days, and so that's why they didn't want to lose pay for more than 5 days. So that's why they're working through. But I was like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about them actually working on Christmas Day. That seems wrong. But it's what they want. And so yeah, so I want them to have what they need to support their families. So they don't make a whole lot per day. I don't know exactly what their wages are. That's one of the things I'm going to ask engineer, see if he'll tell me. We've heard from other vloggers that the regular labor averages about 500 pesos a day, which is about $10. I've heard in Manila it goes as high as 700 pesos a day, which is still like, yeah, $9. Is that $9? Yeah. So $10. Yeah, no, $10. So that'd be another $14. So yeah. But yeah, give or take. And so yeah, so from that perspective, that they really don't make a lot. And so yeah, I want them to be able to provide for their families. That's why they're doing it. So yeah. But yes, they're working 7 days a week, and they want to get done so they can move on to the next project. So yeah. But yeah, and I think that's why engineer employs them, is because they are very good workers and very conscientious. And I've been very pleased. Very pleased. Like I said, it was kind of a shock after 5 days. I never expected 9 columns to be up after 5 days. But now we only have 13 columns. They're all poured. You know, the footers are poured. We're probably, once they take the forms off, they're going to start backfilling. And so, which they need to do because they're running out of space to put dirt. And so they talked about digging the swimming pool. Unfortunately, we do not have the permit for the swimming pool yet, which is one of the other questions for the engineer. They were still working on the permit for the swimming pool, and it turns out the municipality is also working on our electric. It seems they're in charge of getting our electric. So they're trying to shake us down. And engineer's not putting up with it. So he has to work with a woman that's been assigned to him from the municipality. And so he's just pretty much providing her everything she asked for, nothing extra, and they're kind of going that route. But yeah, it is taking longer because of that to get the permits. But technically we can't dig the swimming pool until we have the permit. But also technically, we don't have anywhere to put the dirt if we did dig the swimming pool. So yeah, from that perspective, it's kind of like, okay, well, we're in no hurry for that. But we're getting the electric now from one of the neighbors. So the neighbor put a sub-meter on their house, which splits off from their electric. It has a second meter that then whatever that meter says is what we get charged. And that's how we're running the water pump, as well as whatever the workers need for, you know, soldering and things of that nature. So, but yeah, it's, we want to get our own electric. But once again, it's kind of everything here is kind of a nightmare. I thought about buying, we talked about that the other day, thought about buying some solar panels, putting them out there, and using those to run whatever we needed during the day. Yeah, Archie's afraid that somebody might try to take off with him, which I'm not too worried about. But yeah, we definitely can reuse them, but it does require a lot more logistics, because we'd have to have an inverter in order to convert the power from solar energy to electric energy, and And then we'll have to have some kind of structure in order to protect that from the rain, which, as you can see, it's raining now. So yeah, so yeah, I think from this kit perspective, what we've got now is working. So we're going to continue with it. But yeah, it's always a kind of work in progress. So, but they were super excited yesterday that the water was flowing. Like I said, we brought the key with us, so I don't know if that kind of lessened their excitement. So that might be a reason to go over there, just so we can give them the key. I can give the key to the foreman and let him control it. He can wear it around his neck or something. I don't know. But yeah, I trust him. I'd hate to give it to Archie and then have to have Archie run over there every time they need water. That's kind of stupid. I mean, the well, according to the well guys, I asked them, my brother asked me to ask, is what happens if the well dries up? They said it has never happened. They've been digging wells for 17 years. They've never had one dry up. That you might have a problem with your pump. You might have a problem with the pipes where the pipe starts to, gets a hole in it. Things of that nature. But we've never had one dry up. So yeah, I like that. But of course, never say never. But yeah, so even if they ran it nonstop, I can't imagine we would run out of water. So, though I don't want to waste it. So. But we got the submergible because the pool requires a lot more water. The city will charge us a substantial charge to fill up our pool. So yeah, so this one, we don't have to worry about that. It's our water. We're not going to pay. Once we paid for the well, we don't pay for anything else, ever. And so, which is kind of nice. So... But we do have a water hook up there. So because we have a water hook up there, will always be a minimum charge to the city. But we'll use that as a backup. But I did mention in the one video that the resorts were stealing the water. They're not stealing the water. They're just using it all up. So yeah, let the rain fill up the pool. Yeah, that might be. Well, as it is with the well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. So yeah, so that'll be great. But the other thing that the foreman said is that you really want, it's going to take a while for it to actually come out clear because of the digging. So he said probably a month before it'll actually be, clear. And so it's good that they're doing the building and doing all that now. They'll use the non-clear water for it. So the snowball challenge just keep rotating round and round. I'm back to needing to be shot again. I tried to lock her in and got nice. He didn't appreciate it much. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I heard that one before. So are you sure? Because mine said that I had to shoot someone else. I never had one that said I had to be shot. So where was the relay one? Where did you find the relay? Because I have that one too. So... Because I might just fly around and do those, for crying out loud. I could probably bring Kraken out for you if you want. So it's in a data site. Okay. Oh, yeah. The relays are what you hack. Okay. So you got to scan down a data site and then shoot the relay. Okay. Yeah. Kind of forces you to do the second one, too. Were the data sites worth it? Was there some profitable stuff in them? I think Caviar was on yesterday. He said he was making good money doing the data sites. So yeah, that makes sense. Plenty of those popping up around here. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Do you have to scan them down or do they show up? I can. Various loose, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I think everybody was saying the data sites were a better way. I scan, okay. Scan for various loot, yep. Yeah, so I think people were saying that it's more profitable for the data sites than it is with just mining the ice. And then I guess I never thought about it. But an alpha account cannot mine ice. So this, yeah, so the mining ones are really not, welcome back, Endless. The mining sites are really not alpha capable, so that's kind of, I can't believe they did that. But yeah. But yeah, welcome back, Endless. Glad to have you back. How was dinner? Actually, you're in France. So yeah, so dinner was probably fantastic. You guys got good food. So anything you eat in France is good. Yeah, so I'd probably have to put my scanner back on the on the on the endurance. So yeah, was great. Excellent. Excellent. So yeah. Yeah, I'm at an all new low now. I'm below 500 million again. So yeah, I gotta make some money. No, I'm a Frenchie living in Tennessee, so Southern food. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. I was thinking it's a little early for France. Alpha ice ship and need Omega for the ice skill. Yeah, that's wrong. That's just wrong. They got Alpha either flying battleships, mining ice, or hacking level 4 scans before others can do them. Not a friendly event. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of wrong. That's really wrong. I have 2 ships in Scanland, so I can jump back and forth between activities. That's good. Yeah, I was thinking I had a sister scanner. I'll just put it on the endurance. I had a tractor beam on there, and I never used it, so I figured I'd just go ahead and put that on there. So I need to actually equip my guy, see what I got. So I equipped my guy on a Narcos, but it seems like every channel it's a different guy, so which is kind of goofy. Which is kind of goofy. Kind of goofy. True. Alright. Oof, that's small. I can't even see. Can I make it bigger? I guess not. Yeah, no. Probably because the window is not full. Let me see if I can do full. There we go. There we go. Now I'm cooking. Alright, Stormtrooper Blaster. Rare weapon. Well, that's definitely equipped that one. Alright. I got a glove that's common. I got a shield that's common. I like the blue shield. Let's go with the blue shield. Couple swords. I'm going to keep the Stormtrooper Blaster. Sacrifice. Yeah, let's keep that one. Sacrifice. Alright, cool. Alright. Now I can minimize this again. There we go. Cool beans. Alright. Join and data analyzer. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you gotta have a data analyzer too. That's a good point. Alright. Equip the best and sell the rest. Yeah, made the endurance fit last year to go between mining and hacking to hit both points on track. Yeah, that's what I remember that. I remember that, Blue Gray, and I'm pretty sure that's where my fit came from. So yeah, I'm in Endor, and 7 SIGs popped up. They go away real quick, but it is slowing down a bit. I did real good after 9 p.m. last night. Yeah, I think after 9 is when it starts to really piddle out. Most people go to bed. Yeah. Most people go to bed. Not Al. Not Al. I'm going to get this done. The worst part is you're going to get done, and then they're going to wait till 5 days before the event ends, and they're going to increase the ending. So yeah. And you're gonna have to well, not start over, but you'll have to at least do some more. But yeah, it all works out. Yeah, it did seem like there was a lot around. It's just a matter of flying from the one to the next. We really lucked out with that one we got that first day where it went off the scanner. And so we were able to sit in there and keep it going. We might try that one other day. Just park in one. Or park one of our people in one. And then we're going to have them, we can fleet with them and warp to them. And let it just keep respawning. And we can have our whole group in one that's not on the map. I just ice mine while reading Reddit or YouTube. Yep. Yeah, the ice mining's nice and lame. But yeah, you got to have that ice mining skill, so yeah, you're kind of stuck. So I'm glad you guys are getting use out of the Tangia dungeon. So I appreciate. I'm glad I finally got that fixed. So I know I saw that was a pretty popular one on other sites. So yeah. All right, so we're in Jita with our avalanche. I actually didn't check to see what. Yeah, it's got 300. Yeah, I think I only have 42, I think is what I needed. So we're good. We're good. But yeah, I don't know what else we got planned this weekend. Like I said, the wife's supposed to go to Manila. She hasn't ordered my stuff. And she has to order it ahead of time. My barbecue and my puto. So yeah, I think what's going to happen is she's going to decide to go like tomorrow and forget to order it, and then I'm not going to get nothing, and I'm going to be pissed. So Eve workbench. Yep, that's the one. Yep. Oh yeah, so you're using ice mining laser 1. Yeah, see, I've got the mining 2 on there. And I'm thinking about upgrading to the deep core one so I can use the crystals, but I don't know if I'll be able to use those other 2 on it as well. I'll have to check that one out. But thanks, Blue Gray. The 1 mine's too slow. I've been spoiled. When we had Scimitar's boost yesterday, I mean, we were mining at 30 seconds, 32 seconds. I mean, that was pretty phenomenal. So, yeah. Scimitar, my most awesome viewer. Appreciate you, buddy. Hope you're feeling better. You said you were feeling a little better yesterday, so I'm glad to hear that, but hopefully you're still feeling better. I'm sorry. I never remember to ask.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Guess I spoiled everybody. Yeah, you did spoil everyone. Because now now when we mine, it's like, God, this is so slow. Ice was always that way. I hated mining ice. Because it was always so slow. So there are 1,342 people in Judah at the moment. But I got docked. So, but yes, you did spoil everyone. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Even when we forget you like a wicked red-headed stepchild, we still do appreciate you. So, all right. Let me sell this. See what I can get for it. I can't sell 417. 417 seems a little low. 401 is what you're buying for. So yeah, I guess 417 is it. 437 in station. Wow. So 12 million I can sell at 417. Yeah, and then I'll probably get 415 for the rest. So let's do this. All right, so let's sell. Okay. Sell. think there's 1 million that we'll get at, yeah, at 416. And then I can sell the last 20 million at 415, which I'm perfectly fine with. All right. So I got me 120 million, I guess. So yeah, not bad. And I can pick up all this now. Throw that in there. I wonder if it'll go in infrastructure hold. It will not. Didn't give me an error message though. All right, that's all right. All right. So now we'll head back to Venelin. Oop. Yeah, I don't want to pick up on this thing. We do have a lot here. That's the refinery, yeah. That's where all my guys are. There's Venelin. I'm like, I know Venelin's here somewhere. All right. Oh, put it in. Why not? Paste. All right.
Warp drive active.
Oop, 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 oop. Didn't make it. Didn't make it. Not quick enough. So yeah, I had put that link in for the stream earlier, but I always forget that when people come in, they don't see any of the old messages. So somebody asked me the other day, said, "Hey, can you put the link for the stream?" And I'm like, I already put it. I'm like, yeah, well, that only works if they were in there when I put it. So yeah. So I probably need to figure out a way to see if I can put it in there time to time. Scare up a few more viewers. But yeah, with Chaos and Steve going, Steve's probably going to quit here in a second. Steve usually only does 2 or 3 hours, I think. Yeah, I think he only does 3 hours. A Narcos, you never know what he's going to do. Chaos is with a bunch of them, so yeah, they'll be on there for a while. But yeah, Steve's out there. That's probably where Jackson is over at Steve's. So SpongeyJon, I saw SpongeyJon was on too. Yep. So yeah, so I think Steve's probably still got another hour. Actually, no. Steve's probably getting ready to finish. Yeah, because I started at 8. That's when Steve started. So yeah. He should be finishing up. Because he usually does 3 hours, give or take. So we may end up with a few from him. Especially if Jackson's over there. So what plans do you guys have for Christmas? I'm curious. Are you going to see family? Is family coming to see you? We were driving to Archie's house yesterday. We had lunch at Archie's house yesterday, which is why we were missing from the site for 3 hours. And we drove all the way out to Castile to buy lunch, and then drove back to Archie's house to eat. And then and so yeah, and then by the time, but we passed, there were 3 turkeys roaming around on the road, and I'm like, you know what, Archie, if you hit one of those, we'll have Christmas dinner. And so, yeah, he didn't realize I was joking, so he was like, looked at me kind of weird, and Adele said he's joking. But yeah, so it looks like somebody in our barangay is raising turkeys, so I may have a turkey here. The problem is we can't cook it until the house is built. We don't have a stove big enough. But Scimitar, you're alone. Sorry about that, buddy. Sorry about that, buddy. I'll try to reach out to you. Because your Christmas day will actually be my day after Christmas. So, yeah. I have no idea what we're doing. And actually, if I remember correctly, so yeah, I'll probably be streaming. The wife has a reunion, I guess they call it. They don't call it a reunion. They call it something else. We call it a reunion. But the wife has a reunion right after Christmas. For like 2 days. So yeah, so she's going to be at that. We're hoping to buy the car prior to that. So yeah, we can get out of this needing the van. The van is, I love the van. The van's not a problem at all. But it is a bear to park. There's very little parking in the Philippines to begin with, and then it's a 15 passenger van, so it's like, yeah. So it's like impossible. And so Archie's really good with it. So we want to, plus the vehicle that Archie's using, he calls it the Bumblebee, is like a little truck. And it's not very reliable. It breaks down a lot. It's an older vehicle. So I want to get Archie back the van. And then we'll have our car. But the wife is really having trouble deciding what car she wants. So she keeps asking me, what do you want? I don't care. Pick one. We've got the money set aside for it. Pick one, but we can buy it. And so, yeah. But I also want her to get the best deal. And so right around Christmas, I think they'd give a better deal. Same as in America. Want to try and get the sales right before the end of the year. So yeah, so we're hoping to cash in on that. We're actually probably going to look near where her sister lives in Manila, because I think they give better deals. The deals here in Batangas, Lipa, they did not give us a good deal for paying cash, which here they have a cash deal. If you pay cash, you get a better deal. But it wasn't a very good deal at all. And I'm like, yeah, we're paying you a lot of cash. You don't have to wait for the payments. Surely you give us a bigger discount than that. And so, and then they haven't mentioned what their Christmas discount is. So yeah, so. But yeah, so we're hoping to get the best deal possible. So. But yeah, and my wife is quite the finagler, so we'll see. She's like, do you want to be with me? And I'm like, if I'm with you, that means we're not going to get a good deal. So you negotiate the deal, and then I'll show up to pay. How's that? Because I'm going to have to actually call the bank in order for the transaction to go through. Because we're going to have it wired directly from well, actually through the credit card. But we're having, yeah. And so yeah, so we're going to do directly from America. So I got to call the bank ahead of time and say, hey, let this transaction go through. It's legitimate. Give them, my firstborn and everything else so they know who I am. Luckily, being an employee of the bank, I usually pull that card. Say, hey, I worked for the bank. You can look that up. And that usually gets me through a lot of the red tape. But yeah. But yeah, never a dull moment. So yeah, we're anxious to get that done. There is a weird thing here in the Philippines where when you buy a car, you're not legally allowed to drive it until you get the registration, which could take up to 3 months to get. But I guess there was an issue with the LTO, which is the Land Transport Office, where whoever was running it was corrupt. And they've been fired, and they have hired somebody new now, I guess, in this whole big investigation that they're doing on corruption. And so now, drastically, the registration processing has sped up drastically. So, but yeah, it's kind of weird because in America, you buy the car, you drive it off the lot, you're good. You call your insurance company and, you're good. But here, you have to wait till the registration comes, which could take up to a month. They said, what did they say? 3 weeks to 3 months. But sometimes it comes in a week. Sometimes it comes in 3 months. So one of the vloggers we watched, they actually had their car took 3 months for them to get the registration, and they were not allowed to drive it for those 3 months. So now we've been told by different people, sure, you can drive it. We've been told by other people that they did drive theirs and they got stopped at a checkpoint, and the checkpoint said they were going to impound their car, which would really make me pissed off. I just bought a car and it gets impounded. So yeah, so we want to try and do what's legal here. So, but yeah, but that's kind of always the catch. So I guess we'll find that out. But we think also if we do it in Manila, that'll probably solve some of that. So, cooler full of ice cold beer, 3 family meals from KFC, and a carton of smokes. Your house would be done in a week. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. Yeah. I told her, I'm not buying them beer. Honestly, if they're going to work Christmas Day, I think we should buy them beer. Because, you know, same in Germany. Usually the car dealer takes care of that. Yeah, and that's the way it is here. The car dealer takes care of it. But they take care of it whenever they get damn good and ready. And so yeah, you're kind of at their mercy. So yeah. So that's kind of a where in America, you know, they give you a temporary tag and you got to go to the DMV. Now there are some car dealerships that'll do it for you. Usually you pay a little extra for that. And you know, we'll have to pay the car dealership here for the registration, but yeah, they only do it here. So at least that's good. I don't have to go to their DMV, their land transport office, to get my own registration. I will when I renew it in later years, but at least for the first one they do it, and that's kind of nice. But yeah, it's kind of nice if they do it in a timely manner. Or we bought one in America at a CarMax, and they went to the DMV for me and got it all taken care of, and it was awesome. But that was the only one I ever had do it for me. Normal dealership, they'll give you a temporary tag and the paperwork, and you got to go to the DMV, pay your tax, pay your charge, and get your plate. But your temporary tag's good for a month. Here, they say you got, I think, 7 days to get the car home. And then, until you have the registration, you can't drive it. I'm like, I'm not going to spend, $1 million pesos, which is what it really comes to, give or take, which is about 20 grand US, and not be able to drive the car. That sounds kind of bad. And that's what happened with the one vlogger we watched. They couldn't drive the car for 3 months. So, but yeah, scimitar, I think I might sneak them. I need to be careful. I might sneak them some beer. On Christmas Day, maybe I'll swing over there and drop off a case of beer. I maybe talk to the foreman first, because I'm afraid if I do something like that, I might piss the foreman off, and I don't want to piss him off. So, because he probably doesn't want to deal with them if they're drunk. So, which I can understand. But I would like to show them how much I appreciate them working on Christmas Day, for crying out loud. Because that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's above and beyond. Now, like my wife said, we're giving them Christmas presents, which is very generous. And I'm sure they're going to be very thankful for that. But that's still not working Christmas Day. In America, you get, even if you worked on Christmas Day, if you could, you'd get holiday pay, which is double time. So yeah. So yeah, I'm like, they ought to at least, yeah. Especially since the reason they're doing it is to help out their family. So if we do double pay, at least then that's helping out their family. Now they're being paid by the engineer, so but I'm sure we could facilitate that. But the other problem though is right now I think there's six of them. 6 or 7. I think maybe 9 counting the foreman, because I think they added 2 more either yesterday or Wednesday. But they're planning to eventually be up to 20. After, so yeah, so that was, I started that conversation. So yeah, when they come back after January, and when they come back on January 2nd, there'll be 20 of them. So it should move even faster. So, which we'll see. Some of the other vloggers I've watched, the more workers they had, the slower it went. So Pioneer BP will be done on time in 21 days. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I haven't done my time, and I only have material up to 7. So I need to do some more on that one. So there's the asteroid. I got some more asteroid crystals for you. Al. The Pioneer. I'm building 12 Pioneers, so yeah, it's got 19 hours, so it'll be done tomorrow. So yeah. Alright. That's Warp Venoline. We're almost home. Yeah, unfortunately, this avalanche flies slow, so. Have you considered asking the foreman to make it a voluntary workday instead of mandatory in case anyone would rather take the day to be with family? Not hard to imagine the crew being forced. Yeah, they're not being forced. In fact, one of the things we said is we would rather they not work, and they kind of begged us to let them work. And so yeah. And so yeah, it's kind of weird. It's because they want the money for their family, which I understand completely. You know, that's why they're working. That's why and it's hard work. I cannot believe how little they get paid. Like I said, they're probably making $10 a day, give or take, which is ridiculous. Now that's of course American standards. 500 pesos here per day is a pretty good wage. Yeah, so you figure per day they're making what 6-day week is a normal week. So yeah, so 500 a day, they're making 3,000 per week, which is a good wage, very good wage. So yeah, but that is hard work. It is hard work. So, but yes, no, Blue Gray. It's funny you said that because I actually said I would rather they not work because I feel guilty having anybody work on Christmas. I don't want to be that guy. And so, but yeah. So yeah, the other thing we're going to do is we are driving them to Manila. So Archie's going to be headed to Manila to pick up my wife on the 28th. Or that's the way we're going to do it. She's actually going to be coming back from her reunion that day. So I was going to drive and pick her up, but we figured out, okay, well, if Archie drives to pick her up, then he can take the workers to Manila, which is going to save them a huge cost for the travel. So that's also kind of a benefit, because that'll cut their travel time, not necessarily half, but pretty close. But yes, I think it's mostly just they want to be able to, they all have wives and kids, and they want to take the money home to their family. And so normally when they work constantly, they have to send the money, which of course costs money, and so takes away. And SpongeyJon, thanks for the FBI, open up! Thanks for the raid, buddy. If you guys aren't following SpongeyJon, please give him a follow. If I can spell his name right. Appreciate you guys. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. ChemFinn, good to see ya. Out, Ramir. btasq. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Flammable. Appreciate ya. We will use the force. There you go. Yeah, so definitely give SpongeyJon a follow. MortalComeBath, good to see ya. Sorry if I missed anybody in there. They kind of flew by. But yes, it wasn't intentional if I missed anybody. But yes, appreciate Raiders. We're just flying around, picking up supplies. I'm going to build some Outriders that I will give away next week on stream. So, yeah, you have no power here, SpongeyJon. Yeah. We don't need no stinking badges. That might be a little bit of older reference for some of you guys, but But yeah. Oh, another cramp. Another cramp. Oh yeah. Probably the potassium hasn't gotten my system. So yeah, SpongeyJon, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Your buddy Xurdaben's in here, but I think he might be in the kitchen, so he might be hiding. He usually takes a break at right around the time you show up, so.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
One of my coworkers sent me a picture of me, a meme of me, looking disgruntled, and it says, "When you agree to pay the bill, but the table spent $107 on alcohol." And we actually had that happen where I said I was going to pay, and they all ordered the most expensive things they could find. So yeah. So yeah, it's funny that he put that one on there. EveTare, good to see you. Post dinner digestion break. There you go. There you go. Yeah, my leg's cramping up again. Damn it. All right, so let's see. I think I have enough to put some of these other items in the oven. So, fusion reactor, ion thrusters. I got to wait for those to complete. Pulse shield emitter. So we should have enough to do those. Bingo. Put those in. All right. Magnometric. Let's just go down the list because we should have enough for everything now. Magnet, magnometric suction, 873, bingo. All right. Photon microprocessor. I don't think I did those yet. Photon microprocessor, 4191, bingo. All right. Crystalline carbonide. Oh. 19100, bingo. It'll take a while. All right. Fusion reactor's already in. Oscillator. Oscillator. 1863. Bingo. All right. So, yeah. So, those will go. So, Chad, how can a new pilot with Omega Access earn ISK? Pretty much any way you want. And I'll let chat actually answer what the best way is. But if you're doing Omega, you can pretty much fly anything. So you can do level 4 missions. You can do, yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. So it's usually when you're in alpha that it gets a little more limited. So yeah, so as Omega, you pretty much, the sky's the limit. You just usually gotta grind some skill points in order to get what ships you want in order to make the most. So level 4, you have to grind agents in order to get to the level 4s. They make probably one of the better ones, but right now with the Winter Nexus, I think you could probably make some good money doing some other things as well. So, well, there you go. What do you enjoy? What do you enjoy? What do you enjoy? I am going to run to the bathroom here for a second, and I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah, so let's see what you guys said. There's a workbench fit for flammable. I would prefer staying away from PvP. I understand that. I don't do PvP if I can help it. I do a crappy job of it, so. I do opportunity dailies every day. Gives a ton of skill points. That's a good one. Yep. I gravitate towards industry and Excel spreadsheets. Man, sounds like we could be brothers. As I come from other games that had crafting. Yep. Yeah, the dailies will give you alpha and omega rewards, which are really nice. Yeah, so they're really nice. For stupid stuff. Jump 3 gates, mine 2K ore. Yep. And the mining stuff, if you want to do industry, the mining stuff you're going to need anyway. So yeah, so that all works out. Yeah, the event is actually, I don't know about making money. We're doing mining ice, but it doesn't make the most money. But if you do the data sites, I think they make more money. So that's always a good one. But yeah, there's a ton of ways. Yeah. But yeah, what EveTare is talking about here is these dailies. So you get 5 of them a day. For each one, you get 500,000 credits. And if you do 2 of them, you get 10,000 skill points. And then as you do, you get, if you do 12 per month, you end up getting 225,000 skill points. So for the last one. And then, yeah, through the course of it, you get another 120,000 skill points. So, yeah. But escalation hunting can be profitable. Yeah, mining the ice, get a pizza slice. Yep. Escalation hunting can be profitable. But yeah, almonxy did the data sites for the Winter Nexus, which also, the Winter Nexus gives you points here, which allows you to get a whole bunch of things here, which gives skills and plex. And you'll also get a BPC here at the end. So this allows you to complete this. This is a special event that's going on right now. Just started a couple days ago. So yeah. But yeah, the sites are repopping a lot. Yeah, the scan agents in the career sites, they do. Yeah, you just have to scan once and it gives you all 5. So yeah, that's a pretty good one. Unfortunately, I'm too far away from career agents, but yes, that does work out pretty good. Alright, let me switch back to my Pro Raider, and let's head back to Ufine. Let's see what our gate camp situation looks like. I built 12 Pioneers, but I really needed more. Actually, I think we'll just bring the Outriders out there. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Rock transport I need to bring, but takes up too much space now. Maybe I'll fly the shuttle back and pick him up. I do have that storyline mission that I probably want to do. But yeah, just cleared 860 track points. Good job, Al. But yeah, Flammable, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Well, I'm here to answer anything. I'm sure SpongeyJon's the same. And so, like I said, and my chat is always really helpful. So, but yeah, I've been playing since 2003. Yeah, this guy's been playing since 2003. September 23rd, 2003. And you guys see that? I never can figure out if it goes behind my panel or not. But yeah, September 23rd, 2003. So Eve went live on May 25th, I think, 2003. So I've been around since the beginning. Now, I haven't played the whole 22 years, but got a lot of experience with it. So, damn, older than me. There you go. Yeah, exactly. My character is older than some of you, so there you go.
Thank you.
But yeah, as it goes, it is definitely, thanks for the follow, Flammable. But yes, it is definitely, I've come back to it multiple times. In the beginning, they used to do stuff, kind of knee-jerk reactions and piss us off quite regularly. And but yes, I've come back to it multiple times. But this time I've been back, and I think I'm back to stay. I've actually bought 2 years worth of Omega. So given that, yeah, it's kind of be a waste not to play it. So yeah. Thanks for the stream streak, Xurdaben. Appreciate it. What do I need to bring? The Drake or the rattlesnake? It doesn't look like it's a tough one for that storyline, but I don't know. Like I said, it's destroy the command vessel. I'm sure there's going to be other vessels with the command vessel, but it's in Corsair, so I'm going to go pick up my Megathron. But yeah, I'll split the money with you because it's just money, unfortunately. But it's at 3 million. But it is in Ufine. So yeah, so. But I haven't accepted it yet, so. I still miss the tears of popping a person's pod that forgot to upgrade their clone. Yeah. Back in the day, you had to buy different levels of clone. And if you had a lower level than what you had skill points for, it set you back to that level, which was a real drag. It's a real drag. I am cheap to a fault. So yeah, I probably got popped several times with a lower clone. Because the clones used to be super expensive. But yeah, now you get whatever you have, so they've actually done it. There is a kill at Civila. Damn you. How long ago? Yeah, so it looks like the gate camps have woke up. 3:14. Yeah, that was only 6 minutes ago. Yeah, they're just starting, so yeah. So yeah, let me see if I can avoid Civila. That's going to make it a longer ride, but that's all right. Actually, I probably want to go to GeoCell first. Let's go to GeoCell first. Where's that taking me through? That still takes me through Civila. Yeah. So if we avoid Civila... Where's that put me? All right. That puts me in a little bit longer. Actually, I need to change it from Ufine to GeoCell. You know what? Nah, let's go to Ufine. Let's go to Ufine. Because I want to take those, that Kernite over there, so. Yeah. So then we'll fly back. Yeah, we can work that out. All right, yeah, so there's a couple kills there, but nothing at the gate, so that'll get me. But that's 21 jumps, so yeah. So let's avoid. All right, that brings me there. Cool beans. All right. Was the kill Concord? No, yeah. I don't think so, but that's a good question. You know what? There was only one, but it was like 6 minutes ago, so yeah. Yeah. It never a dull moment. But yes, you're right. It could have been a criminal getting killed by Concord, which would be okay. So no, it was not. It was somebody flying a rock hauler, and they were picked off by one of the gank ones. Slow children at play. So yeah, which is one of the gank corps. But yeah, but good point, Blue Gray. But yeah, I'll just avoid it. Honestly, in this blockade runner, I probably don't have problems, but it also flies like the wind, so an extra 6 jumps ain't gonna cause me any problems. So now the question is, what do I want to bring back? So I want to bring back You want to bet I didn't put that in ammo? It put it in blueprints. I tell you, some days it really doesn't pay to get out of bed. I have a goal. Oh no, that's a golem blueprint. I have a golem blueprint. For Christ's sake, we need to build that baby. I don't think I can fly a golem. So yeah, well, actually, just go to the bottom. So actually, it didn't put it in here. Huh, I'll be damned. Maybe it did put it in the right place. Not sure how it figured that out. Well, let's check ammo. Simple. Nope. There's the simples. Maybe it's not done yet. Maybe that's what it was. I thought I did. Job. No, the simple's still running. So yeah, I'm not sure what finished. Something finished a couple minutes ago, but all right, the simple's still going. So all right, so I don't know. Vexer's 10,000. I could get in there. Yeah, but the Vexer's not going to be hot strong enough. There's another endurance. Maybe I bring... Yeah, maybe we bring this endurance out there. I do have a Rielious out there for scanning, so we can work on that one if we want to scan some. The Myrmidon's only 15. Yeah, 15's too much. I can't fit it. Drake is 15 as well, so yeah. All right. So that's, sorry, chat. Thank you for the peeps. I have to go. No worries, Flammable. Have a good one. Appreciate you. Need to get you practicing the cloak trick. I can demonstrate sometime on Discord streaming. Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we will. Because I would like to master that one. I didn't think you could run the MWD while you were cloaked, but that's a good one. So, all right. So we got in there. What else do we want to take? As soon as I fly, I'll be like, I should have brought that, which is always what happens. We need to come back and get the rock hauler because the rock hauler needs to be there. But yeah, that'll be another trip. So, all right. Let's get going. Let's get going. Oh, rear end. I do not know why. I sat in this chair for 8 to 10 hours a day. Actually, probably 8 to 12 hours a day when I was in Kansas City and never had a problem. Now, all of a sudden... So, yeah. I'm assuming it has to do with the concrete. Everything's made of concrete here rather than wood. Wood gives a little more go. A little more give. A little more go. But, yeah. So, yeah. Something to be said for that, so... But yeah, need to get that checked out. So this guy flies like the wind. So yeah, we'll be there in no time. So, and then I'll fly to GeoCell, drop off the Kernite, and I will bring the Megathron back, and we'll see about taking care of this one. So. But yeah, Scimitar, I appreciate it. I don't want to bug you if I don't need to. This one might not be that bad, but it could be a level 4. It's weird. It tells me it's a distro 1, but it's a combat mission, so the storylines you can never really tell.
Warp drive active.
But like I said, if you want to help, you're welcome to help, and then I'll split the money with you. All 3 million of it, yeah. 3.5 million, I think. But still. Plus the bounties, so. No worries. It's in Eufine, so that's another nice thing. So, but yeah, I'll shuttle the Kernite around because that's usually where I get most of the storylines, and then pick up the Megathron, and then go from there. So I shaved yesterday. So those of you that are cheering for the beard, sorry, the wife got kind of pissy with me. So I shaved yesterday, but I also shaved, I trimmed my eyebrows or tried to trim my eyebrows, but I think I took this eyebrow almost all the way off. So yeah, so if you're getting freaked out because I don't have an eyebrow, that's what happened there. So why you probably shouldn't trim your eyebrow with a straight razor, or not a straight razor. I guess it's a straight razor. It's a kind of straight razor. But yeah, unfortunately, cold shaves here. I cannot really stand the cold shaves. Never cut myself in America. The Gillette, I can't think of what it's called. It's the newest Gillette one in Kansas City with hot water, and never cut myself once. Here with the cold ones, shave it now or sleep on the couch. Yeah, that was kind of where it came to. Was she said I looked homeless, and I said, I guarantee no one we interacted with today thought I was homeless. They're building my house. Well, or better yet, they're building your house that I'm going to live in. So, yeah. Either way, not homeless. So, but I did get her point. So, and yeah, when she gets that way, it's easier just to accommodate her. So, plus it was when I was out there at the site and sweating, it got really itchy. So yeah. So that was another good reason to take it off. Yeah, no matter how long I grow it, it'll never look like a real beard anyway. So I think I grew my mustache for 20 years before it finally looked like a half decent mustache. So yeah. And then she made me shave it off. So yeah. But that's pretty good. Sorry about that. Got a couple texts. I'll show myself out now. Yeah. Do you know how to tell who loves you more, your dog or your wife? Lock them both in the trunk of the car and come back in a few hours and see which one is happy to see you. I guarantee I know which one would be happier. Yeah. Yeah, actually I've never questioned my dog's love. My wife's love I question on a regular basis. So yeah. Hers somehow seems conditional. The dog, no. Never conditional. Never conditional. So yeah. But yeah, that's a good one, SpongeyJon. I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. But yeah, if you're taking off, buddy, have a good one. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're kind of doing pretty laid back today, so we'll see. We're gonna try to get into try to do this storyline because I'm gonna end up doing probably 5 hours today. So we still got over an hour. So sorry to raid and run. No, you're good. It's gone to bed. I understand it. Take care, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Gotta get that sleep. As I always say, I need more beauty sleep than I actually usually get. So that's why I'm this ugly. So never get enough beauty sleep to cover what is really needed. So Lego, good to see ya. Wasn't sure if you were still around or not. Out of control. Yeah, out of control. There's my working on my second cup of coffee.
Warp drive active.
Oh, my back itches. But yeah. So yeah, we'll have to see what's going on with the wife. If she's going to Manila tomorrow. I don't think she'll go on Sunday, but watching the Game Awards, good, good. But yeah, the if she goes to Manila tomorrow, that'll nix me doing pretty much anything else. So maybe if I don't play a game all day, maybe, or if I do play a game all day, maybe I'll stream it. So been thinking about streaming Elite. Though Elite's kind of a different one. Elite's got a, yeah. We say Eve has a learning cliff. Yeah, Elite is actually very little things like docking. You can buy a module that will auto dock you. But you know, flying to a station, you have to do manually. It's not just click on the station and say warp to it. Doesn't work that way. And so, yeah, and then, of course, landing, if you don't have the module, you got to manually land at the station once you get there, which is always risky. So, yeah, you do a lot of things manually that we kind of take for granted here in Eve, so. But the one I haven't done since I came back is exploration, so I've been wanting to kind of look into that. I think I just got to where my exploration ship is, so I'm planning on trying to do some exploration just to see which one I enjoy more, which one I make more money from. And we were doing bounties, but we ended up getting killed a couple times, which was okay. I'm in a cheap ship, so every time it killed me, it just was cheap to buy it, and it replaced everything. But yeah, and then I did mining, which I enjoyed, and once I got the hang of it and figured out what I needed to do, I made some pretty good money, but that took quite a while. So it's mine is in Ufine. Yeah, mine's in Ufine, so, and that's where I'm headed now. But I'm gonna fly out to Geocell, drop off that Kernite, and then fly back with the Megathron, so. Because, yeah, I had some exploit pain yesterday. Some of the modules and stuff can get expensive. Yeah, see, that's where that gets kind of adds up, so. Cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna fly to I'm flying to Ufine now. I drop off this ship I have, which I think is another endurance, and then I'm gonna fly to Geocell and pick up the Megathron and then fly back. So in your new Drake, there you go. Yeah, I'm a railgun guy. I never really liked the missiles. I don't know why. They seem like I waste a lot of missiles. Of course, I'm probably wasting a lot of railgun ammo too, so let's be honest. So Zuguma analyzers, sister launchers, and probes. Yeah, those are high end. The sister launcher is very expensive. It's another reason to queue up some sisters points, because they're a lot cheaper if you buy them with loyalty points, but they take a lot of loyalty points too, so. I'm not sure. I've never seen the Zuguma analyzers, but yeah. They sound expensive. I was that way till I watched my bullets fly by and miss. Yeah. Yeah, the railgun ones miss a lot too, so 33 million for the launchers, $500 million for the analyzer. Yeah, there you go. $500 million for the analyzer? Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not buying that. The 33 million, I have paid that for the sister launcher, and I think I actually paid it once, and then I proceeded to get killed. That with my Astero, I put it in my Astero, and then I got the Astero blown up like a complete and utter imbecile. But yeah, the analyzer. 500 million. Holy mackerel. I barely have 500 million in cash right now, so yeah. Went out in glory, pulling more than my ship's worth from a superior covert site. There you go. There you go. You're gonna do it. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. I'm with you there.
Warp drive active.
I just try to do it in a cheaper ship. Yeah. Yeah, I'm too cheap for 500 million module. That's crazy. Jettison the loot before the rats kill me. There you go. There you go. Distract them. They call that chaff. Yeah, they call that chaff when you jettison it, hoping they'll go after the loot. Yeah, like I said, I usually go cheaper so that way when I lose it, I'm not as upset. But I do remember, I think I had just bought my first sister launcher. And I got blown up like right after I bought it. I was super pissed. And it took me a while before I bought another sister launcher, but now, honestly, that's the one I go with. I have a 23 run ligature BCC. You want a couple? Yeah. You talking to me, Al, or Blue Gray? I don't think I need them. 1.1 billion in loot, not including 2 units and BPCs. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so those would have been worth quite a bit. Yeah, see, that's where I probably wouldn't have dropped them. Then again, I don't know, $500 million ISK module. You probably made the right choice, but I'd have tried to get out with it. See if I could do it. Come on, come on, come on. And then I got killed. But you're way braver than me. You're way braver than me. All right, I'm in Ufine. So I'm going to drop this ship. Drop the ship I have in the hold, which is an Endurance, I think. And head to Geocell. Let me add a waypoint, and I'll swap out for the Megathron. Actually, I'm going to take that Kernite. So yeah, let me take the Kernite. The Rat Scram. Yeah, yeah. I do remember those. So when you dropped the loot, did they stop scramming? So that's good. At least if they stop scramming after dropping the loot. Yeah, if they're going to keep scramming you, you might as well keep the loot. But I guess if you drop the loot, it helps. Al, I think I have a bunch of ligature BPs also as the materials that are tough to get. Yeah, the materials are very tough to come by, so. Yeah, they are very tough to come by. And that's, I think, what Al was complaining about before, was it's like, I got these things, and they look like they're a good seller, but I can't get the materials to build them. Come on.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
LordTshil, good to see ya. No problem. Sleep well. Appreciate you being here. Alright, I'm actually going to throw this one in the corp hanger. Oh, there's already 3 of them in there. I told Jackson the other day that I was pretty sure there were some in there. Oh yeah, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll put it here. There's already 3 of them in there, so yeah. Alright. Now let me pick up this Kernite. Ah, I can't carry it all. Crap. I probably need the rock hauler. You know, I don't have one out there yet, so let's just wait on that. Let's take the shuttle. Let's take the shuttle. Let's take the shuttle. Yeah. I built 2, almost ready to build another. There you go. I think Auto D uses them. May need to try one. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. This will get me to geocell quick. And then the Megathron will take a while to fly back.
Active.
But we should still get this one done. We'll keep going. I ain't got nowhere to be. The sun actually is coming out. So after all that rain for, like, what, 3 hours of rain, now the sun's coming out. No yawning allowed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, considering I just got out of bed, yawning shouldn't be. And I say I just got out of bed. I got up at 6, I think 6:30. It's 11:30 now, 11:45. I'm not just out of bed, but still.
Warp drive active.
Is a little weak. Little weak. Oh, man. Back itches. So it seems, I meant to tell you guys this. So, I have that mailing service since I'm here in the Philippines. And I have to keep a mailing service in order to get all my American mail. And I have that mailing service. And so when I had that come to Jesus meeting with the owner, because they were charging too much to ship packages here, it seems like it did some good. Because now every time I ship a package, it's like much, much, much cheaper. Which is kind of ridiculous. Now I've also changed it because it took 2 months for that package to get here to me in San Juan, Batangas. But I changed, when I sent the second one, I sent it to my sister-in-law in Manila. It got there in 2 weeks. But it was considerably cheaper, like a tenth of what the original price was. He wanted to charge me like $150, and I think I paid like $15-20 to send the second one. So it seems like they actually did take to heart what I said and look at their prices, and either that or they're just giving me a huge discount to shut me up. Either way, win-win, right? But yeah, so I'm anxious to have some things sent to them so that I can have it sent here so that I can see how well it works. I'll just keep sending to my sister-in-law since it gets there in 2 weeks rather than sending here. It took 2 months to get here, so. Al, I still haven't got your Christmas card. And I'm not, we'll see. I'm sure it'll eventually come. It's just a matter of, when. So, and speaking of that, I need, and everything I've sent to America has got there really quick. So I need to send out those Christmas cards. So yeah, if you guys want a Christmas card from me, throw your address out in Discord. If you want to send it just to me privately, I'm BondarJR on Discord. Not a problem, but yes, I will. I've been trying to find, in fact, I asked my wife to, that's one of the things she's supposed to get when she goes to Manila is get a box of Christmas cards that have some kind of Philippine thing on them. So, ironically enough, I have not been able to find postcards here. So one of my friends asked me for his granddaughter to send a postcard from the Philippines to her class. And I can't find a postcard, which doesn't make any sense. The Philippines is a tourist attraction, so, and I mean, crap, even Kansas City had postcards, right? So, but yeah, so maybe we're just not looking in the right place. So, no, it's not a problem. Not a problem. I appreciate you guys. So yeah, I can always make a post. I thought about that. And we've actually done that in the past, is we actually took one of our pictures and made it. They don't have the same kind of functionality here. But we took one of our pictures and we made it into a Christmas card every year. We did that for several years when we were when the kids were hanging out with us, so we'd have one of the four of us, and then the five of us when my granddaughter came along. But yeah, the kids got old with that. They didn't want to do that anymore after a while, and so then it was just Adele and I. It was like, yeah, everybody sees us. We probably don't need to send them a picture to remind them what we look like. So, but, and if you guys are on Facebook, by all means, I'm on Facebook as well. So, yeah, I'll be more than happy to provide you with my location on there. You can always do a friend on there. So, oh, salamapo. Salamapo. Wife made me French fries. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast of champions. Cool beans. I love her French fries. Almost as good as McDonald's. Almost. Actually, where's this guy at? Colser. Let's set destination for him. And then we'll add a waypoint for Eugene. There we go. Yeah, French fries. So yeah, the guy, my buddy, he was one of my bowling mates. His granddaughter. He said she needs it by April. So yeah, I may have to make one. There it is. Yeah, so you guys let me know. There is one of the animated GIFs out there, animated emotes out there. It's the one of the wolf crying. So the epic fail one. That's what I should have called it. Epic fail. But the guy's still working on the others, but since he's already been paid, he's in no hurry. So I bug him every couple of days. And then I get another one. But that one does seem to be the right size. So check it out, Blue Gray. Let me know what you think. You're not subscribed. Let me know if you can see it. It might be locked. The animated ones might only be for subscribers. Let me know if you can see it. If you can't see it, I'll give you a subscription so you can check it out.
Warp drive active.
Oh, sorry. That's because you're not subscribed. Yeah, I'm curious if they're subscription only or not. I can't tell from my page. Man, these are good. She's back on my Christmas list. Welcome back from the ads. Sorry, Blue Gray. You're always subscribed, so I was surprised you weren't subscribed. See if you can see the animated emote, because I don't know if they're subscription only or not. Yeah. Yeah, so there, but that's really small. It should there you go. Yeah, Al got it in there. But yeah, you guys are subscribed, so there's the ads. Sorry, it was just a countdown to the ads. It wasn't the actual ads. Blue Gray said there were ads. Maybe he got them early. Piece of French fry got away from me. Okay. That's weird. No, no, no. Sorry. These French fries are good.
Active.
This one's still not working. Yeah, this is still not working.
Warp drive active.
Nah, I never use ketchup. Not a sauce guy. Music is finally improving. Thanks, Blue Gray. I'm trying to gift you a subscription. Twitch is supposed to let me. Problem is, I don't think I can do it through OBS. Twitch is not letting me. Yeah, it's not giving me. Ah. I dropped another one. Yeah, it's not giving me the one. There's supposed to be one to take it from my proceeds, so that I don't have to pay anything. I just take it out of what they're gonna pay me. But I never do that. And they said I'm signed up for it, but no, 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 no. I want you to be able to see the emotes so you can tell me if they look good or not.
Warp drive active.
But you also confirmed for me that they are subscription only. So that's good.
Warp drive active.
You're awesome!
Yeah, so it's not taken from my Twitch proceeds, but we got it. No, I appreciate you being here. My pleasure. My pleasure. I know you don't mind the ads, but you don't need any of those Viagra ads. No matter what they tell you. I don't believe them. So yeah, there's only one animated so far. The animated ones he sent me
Docking request.
were the wrong size. So we finally got the one fixed. And now he's supposed to do the other ones the same as that one. But he's already been paid, so he's in no hurry. So I have to bug him every couple days in order to get him to take care of it. All right, accept this one. All right. Yeah. So you see the waving Abigail? Oh no, so that's the static one. Yeah, the one that's animated for her actually waves. And so yeah. So hopefully he'll definitely have them done before your month runs out. So you'll be able to see them all. But yeah, the only one that's animated now is the cry one. But he's working on the other ones. Yep. But yeah, all the static ones that he made me, they're all going to be animated. So. But yeah, it looks like you only see the animated ones if you're subbed. So that's good to know. So yeah, but yeah, hopefully, like I said, we should have that fixed here momentarily. I'll bug him. It's been like 2 days since he gave me the cry one, so I will bug him here in probably later today. And then he'll probably give me another one. It doesn't seem like it's hard for him to do. I think he's busy. And we're on different time zones, which is weird. He's in India, so I think we're in the same time zone, which is kind of strange. But he probably works a regular full-time job, just like everybody else. So.
Warp drive active.
But yeah. So yeah, I want to get him taken care of since I did pay. I wouldn't say a lot of money for him, but I paid for him, so. But yeah, he already got paid, already got a tip, and worst case scenario, I'll send something to the company because the company's asked me for feedback private from him. And worst case scenario, I'll send something to them if it goes on too much longer. But part of it, I think, was just us missing each other. But yeah, so the Abigail waves. The Benedict, I think all 3 hearts kind of throb. The Adele, my wife one, her heart throbs. And then I think the yay and the nay, they put their thumbs up. And then the rage one, I think the flames in the back kind of move. So yeah, they look good. They're too small to put in Twitch. When I put them in Twitch, it makes them real tiny. And so he got that one reworked. And now he's going to do the same thing he did with that one for all the others. And then we'll be good. So. But yeah, the Abigail one really looks like her. And the Benedict one too. I had a memory come up on Facebook yesterday of Benedict. 7 years ago, he got an early Christmas gift that had his name tag. And yeah, it made me start crying. So, but yeah, I've been trying to talk the wife into another dog, but she's not budging. So I think she wants to wait till the house is done. Once the house is done, then we'll probably be okay. And I can't blame her there. But yeah. Oh, I docked in Euphine. I didn't want to dock in Euphine. Alright. That's what happens when you use an existing waypoint. Alright, let's warp out to this place.
Drive active.
We'll check this one out, see what it's like. Oh. Oof. Yeah, I like those hearts. Those are cool. Yeah, good old Benedict. He was the best dog I ever had. He was definitely, holy cow, he was definitely a good one. So yeah, they added a few little ones here. Keep me busy. No, I don't want to orbit at 1,000. Come on. Orbit where we're at. Let me get rid of these. Let me get rid of these. Come on. Hit him. Hit him. In the middle of the night. Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna have to get my drones out. I can't hit these frigates. See if I can pick off a couple of these. There we go. Target some of the further ones away. Let's get them off my back. Ah, we did finally hit that one. They're attacking my drones. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Come on, finish him. Finish him! Alright, you guys come back. I don't know why they're attacking you. This guy, actually, we should have kept him out. All right. So yeah, I just destroy everything here, and they don't look like they're going to be that bad. Oop. Turn off my armor rep. Oh, I'm not orbiting anybody. Well, let's orbit this guy. Orbit at 30. There we go. That's the sweet spot. But yeah. So yeah, they actually, so we found several breeders here in the Philippines that do the dachshunds. But my wife's not sure if she wants another dachshund. She's a little little skeptical. Gotta get rid of these little ones. Don't reload. Don't reload. I want to switch to iron. Because then I can shoot these guys. Yeah, now that the sun's out, I can't see. Light, green light, go. He's the operator, got me knocking on my door. Come on. Finish him. It's not that hard. Why are we missing? Ah. Yeah, that's why we're missing. There we go. 55 is in the too short. Actually, the 60's too short too, but we can pick them off. There we go. All right, now let's switch back. Antimatter. Take this guy out. Oh, wrong one. I want to turn them off, not turn them on. Missed. 52's a fallout. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so the drones can't break the tank on the battleship. Well, that was fun. What happened, Lego? I gotta pick off these lower ones now. Come on, break it. Break it. Good golly, they're... Alright, maybe we go this way. Because now they're mobbing me. Get rid of that damn one. Bum, 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 bum. Try to get rid of some of these guys. Oh, we should have went after that one. 39. Damn it. It's all right. We'll get him. 32. Come on. Kind of amazing. They bring out 100 and some ships for one little guy like me. Oop, nope, this guy. You'll never love me again. Oh, we're running out of juice. Come on, finish him. No, this one.
A module has run out of charge.
Yes, they always run out. Right when I'm about to kill him. Still hear you saying. Get rid of these cruisers. I never heard of that game before tonight. Which game was that? Yep. A new Star Wars game announced. Fate of the Old Republic. Looks super good and clear obscure won Game of the Year. There you go. I figured that one probably was. Come on. Yes, I know. I turned it off. We're good. So Claire score is it is that time. Yeah, no, I'm actually going to go to 5 hours over Hades 2. I never even heard of that game before. Hades 2, they won so many awards. Claire Obscure, I heard of that one. Yeah, it's super expensive. What happened on the combat side? Saw that earlier when I warped to the Merc side. Mentioned 10 turns, dozen ships respond to my mining. Hogworks Legacy is free on Epic. There you go. Catch you next time, guys. Take care, Blue Gray. I live under such a rock. It's called Eve, I think. So many games I've never heard of. Yeah, there you go. Alright, so I'm going to finish this guy off. Oh, I guess we're not firing at him. Why are we not firing at him? That could be why he's surviving, you dim rods. Alright, so now let's switch this out for iron. Ooh, why are they getting targeted? Ooh, come back, come back, come back, come back. Who's shooting them? One of these guys should be shooting them. Damn it. These cruisers don't normally target my drones. Alright. So it looks like I already completed it. But I'm going to kill the rest of these. Oh, these are Federation. That's going to hurt my Amar standing. Damn it. Not Amar. Galente. Damn it. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't shoot any more of them. Save. Submit. I'll finish this guy off. So it looks like I killed the one that needed to be killed. Yeah, if I kill any more of them, it's just going to hurt my standing, so. You should grab the stream Hardworks Legacy. It's free on Epic till the 18th Eastern Time. Okay, I'll check it out. I have Epic. Yeah. Alright, cool. Let's reload. Let's do antimatter. Let's get out of here. Set destination. And let's go back.
Warp drive active.
I didn't kill any of the battleships, so at least that's good. Thanks, Seth. I hadn't checked Epic, so I used to check it, and they were always games I already had, so. But I don't have that one. Alright, armor's all fixed. No problem. Especially since I didn't have to kill them all, so. Already have it on PS5, but I'm getting the key. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I have to try and remember the Epic login. Yeah, that's always the hard one. I have the same problem. Yeah, Epic usually has like one free every month, and every time I check, it's always one I already own, so. So I stopped checking. So I lost a frickin' drone. One of my infuriators, my infiltrators. Damn it. Damn Galente. MAURI. Good to see you. How you doing today? Thanks for being here. We got about a half hour left. Yeah, a little over half hour. Half hour, 35 minutes. I'm going to turn this storyline mission in. Take this ship back to Geocell and get my shuttle back. But yeah, we're just flying around. I just did a storyline mission that was less than epic. But we'll see if it actually gives it to me. I probably won't, knowing my luck. Dock. No, looks like it's going to give it to me. I thought I had to pick something up. Oh, maybe it's in my hold. Nope, nothing there. I could have put the mobile out. I didn't even think of that. Nah. Then I would have had to bring it back too. So yeah, no problem. I'll just salvage them up with the catalyst. I need to get a Noctis out here. Noctis is so Nox heavy. So I got a bunch of crit I can sell, so.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But yeah, MAURI, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. We're doing good. We're doing good. But yeah, we were just running a storyline mission. We've just been running around today, kind of passing the time. No, don't split it. Who's in this? Who's in the fleet with me? Yeah, just say no. Alright, close. So I took care of that one. And then we're going to go back to Geocell. That's where we always leave this guy. Well, I do a bunch of missions there. Yeah, never a dull moment. So yeah, we just been running around shooting the crap. Shooting rocks. Shooting ships. Unfortunately, shooting Galente, which I didn't want to shoot. I lost one of my drones, which was kind of bad, but what else is new? What else is new? Wife brought me some French fries, which are gone. Good stuff. She buys them frozen, and then she fries them up in a little bit of oil in a frying pan. Man, they turn out so good. Like McDonald's. She does an excellent job with them. Excellent job. It's probably the one American thing she cooks really well. Frozen French fries. She's tried to make meatloaf. She's tried to make, she tried to make mashed potatoes. Don't even get me started on mashed potatoes. I make mashed potatoes now. Yeah. Lumpy, lumpy, lumpy. Of course, the ones I just made, I made some mashed potatoes for the groundbreaking, and they were lumpy. Because the masher that we bought, they have a place here called DIY, Do It Yourself. They sell everything. But it's not really high quality stuff. So we got a masher there. Yeah, Chef Microwave, yeah. So yeah, I bought a potato masher because I always mashed them by hand back in Kansas City, and we had a really nice, heavy duty, sturdy potato masher. This one, I mashed those potatoes, and this thing was bent. It was crumbled, and I'm like, man, what a cheap piece of crap. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find a little bit stronger one to handle my mashed potatoes. Yeah, because I can't stand lumpy potatoes. Can't stand lumpy potatoes, and everybody stayed away from them because they were like, I don't know why. They don't do mashed potatoes here. They don't usually do potatoes, and so everything's rice. So, but yeah, I'm sorry, MAURI. In case you're not sure, don't know my history. I'm an American, retired back in April. My wife's from the Philippines. Lived with me in America for 18 years. I retired back in April, moved to the Philippines permanently. So now I'm retired in the Philippines, streaming 5 days a week, playing Eve most of the time, and loving every minute of it. We're actually building a house here, so. But yeah, always never mashed potatoes by hand. Stand mixer for creamy, fluffy potatoes. Yeah, see, I always do them by hand. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of a take your frustration out thing. Pass them through the Whopper chopper. Yep. Mix my Thanksgiving potatoes for about 30 minutes in a stand mixer. Yeah, see, that's one of those like oysters. Those things are expensive. You know how cheap I am. I don't, yeah. That's too cheap. I'm too cheap to buy an oyster. The ex-wife, she had an oyster. One of the many things I bought her. And she was a baker, so she baked a lot. That is probably the one thing I miss from my ex-wife was that she made a mean pumpkin pie. She made mean anything baked. She made mean. But I had a Hobart. Yep, Hobart, that's another one. Yep. We don't own that cheap Sears crap. God bless you, Lego. I love you. Yeah, she swore by oyster. I have no idea. One mixer to the next for me. I mean, my thought is that I had in Kansas City, I had one of those mixers for paint that you put on your drill. That's what I would use for my mashed potatoes. KitchenAid, there you go. Yeah, the oyster was about $300. Yeah, the oyster, of course, this was 20 years ago, so it may be cheaper now, but yeah, she got me. I couldn't believe I paid $300 for a blender. You know, she's like, it's not a blender. It had like 20 attachments, which she never used. Yeah, oh yeah, but yeah. The Hobart was like $3,000. Holy cow! For $3,000, it ought to be making the stuff for me. You know, I mean, $3,000. That's crazy. That's probably why I never heard of it, Scimitar, because that's way out of my price range. I would never pay $3,000 for a mixer. Like I said, Had a pizza kitchen. There you go. That's why. Yeah, that's why. But yeah, like I said, I would probably just use, if I was going to do the mixer, I'd hook it up to my wireless drill and use the paint mixer, you know, just wash it off good. So yeah. Just wash it off good so you don't get any, you know, paint in it, you know, from when I mixed the paint last time. But yeah. But yeah, that sounds like one of the floor models, yeah. Yeah, like I said, when I spent $300 on the Oster, that was outside my price range. So that was like, ugh. I think she still has it to this day. So you know, for that to her benefit, probably the only thing she didn't break. But I'm bump. Mom's got a floor model. She had a cake business. There you go. But of course, now it's probably going to get sold in the estate sale to pay for her care. Yeah, and that sucks. That sucks. My father, he had a ton of woodworking tools. And before I could get there, he actually did a lot of hand carving. I have some of his hand carvings here. And he did a bunch of hand carving. And he wasn't super good at it, but it was something from my father, you know. And so before I could get there, my brother, older brother, showed up and took all of his carving kits and sold them on eBay. And I was furious. Furious. I'm like, you could have saved me one. He's like, well, you don't carve. I'm like, who says I won't pick it up now? I'm getting ready to retire, for crying out loud. And he's like, I didn't know. But my dad had so many tools. My mom just finally paid somebody to take them. Because, yeah, I mean, he had 4 different, like, band saws. And, like, yeah. And she just wanted it out of her basement. So. But yeah, I remember that, my brother. He's like, oh, I didn't know you wanted one. You didn't ask. He said, well, if I ask, everybody's going to say they want one. I said, really? A hand wood carving kit? I mean, who's doing that? Then he took them, sold them on eBay. I said, yeah, what you do with the money? Oh, yeah, I pocketed the money. Yeah, of course you did, bastard. Mom said, just take what we want. Yeah, well, you know, I think what Mom meant was take what you want so to remember your father by. Not take what you want that you think you can make the most money off of. I guess some of them. I think he had an ivory set that had ivory handles, and which was probably controversial. But yeah, my brother. Always the entrepreneur. How can I make money on someone else? So he makes a lot more money than I do, so I can't fault him there. So yeah.
Docking request accepted.
All right, so we're back at GSL. I'm gonna switch out to the shuttle. Actually, let me repair this guy first, because otherwise I'll fly out with him and figure out that he's got a damaged drone. Spit it out. Damaged drone. Alright, and we'll go here. And we'll go to UFIN. And then I'll see about salvaging. Might as well salvage up those ships I destroyed at least. Get the loot. That should probably finish us up. So yeah, I started an hour early today, and I'm going to the regular time. So to make up the hour we lost yesterday. So try and make up the hour we lost yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I appreciate you guys. Especially sitting here watching me do crap stuff. But we do have the Outrider materials in. Fusion reactor is going to finish here in a second, I'm going to have to put in some more fusion reactors. So, and the ion thrusters, same thing. I'm going to have to put in some more ion thrusters. We'll be able to get one of them going, I think. But yeah. So we'll get those going. Night Shadow, good to see you. I came all this way for crap stuff. There you go. I appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. But yeah, last stream of the week, like I said, unless the wife goes to Manila tomorrow. If she goes to Manila tomorrow, what does your shirt say? So it says El Nido, which is a place here in the Philippines. And it says, welcome to paradise, El Nido. So yeah, it's here. It's in Palawan, Philippines. So, yeah. Always trying to advertise the local economy. I have no idea where Palawan is, but how is the flux capacitor? The flux capacitor is fluxing. Flux capacitor fluxing. Electric circuits online. Fuel online. Flux capacitor fluxing. Good old Michael J. Fox. Man, I feel so bad for Michael J. Fox. But I got to give the guy credit. He really took his disability. I don't want to call it disability, but took his disability and turned it around to make money for a good cause. So I got to give him credit. So Nido is nest in Spanish. Oh yeah. So yeah. So yeah, Palawan. I'm not sure where Palawan is. Let me see if I can find it on my map. So here's my Philippines map. Pangasinan. Pampanga. Cebu. That doesn't start with a P. Looking for all the ones that start with P's. But I don't see Palawan. It's probably a city. Which means it'll be a much smaller word. I was hoping it was a region, but... But yeah, I don't see it. So I'm not sure where it's at. Pampanga's near Manila. Pangasinan's north of Manila. I'll have to ask my wife where Palawan is. I'm sure one of her friends brought this back when they came. One of her friends went to Palawan and all I got was a stupid shirt, so... Illness. What's wrong, Lego? You're not sick, are you?
Warp drive active.
So, Pi, good to see you. Sorry, I didn't say hello when you jumped in. Yeah, sorry about that. I was wearing my Canada shirt the other day for Jerry can, but I don't think he saw it, so... Which kind of defeated the whole purpose, right? Alright. Best laid plans. Best laid plans. So. But yeah, if we go over to the land today, I'll make another video, edit it up. But yeah, if the wife goes to Manila tomorrow, I'll probably play something and maybe I'll stream. So maybe you'll get an extra one. So, oh, Michael J. Fox. Not a disability, it's an illness. Yes. Yes, it is an illness. It is an illness. Thank you, Lego. It is an illness. Yes. And he has made a ton of money for it to try and get it cured. So yeah, and there's a lot of people who actually suffer from it. A lot more than I think a lot of people realize. So, but yeah, for him to be able to do what he did and everything he did. So yes, he is a goat. He is a goat. Yep, he is a goat. One of my idols. One of my idols. And so yes. But yeah, that I can't believe with everything they've raised for it, they haven't they haven't made more strides towards curing it. It's a, yeah, that's a whole nother controversial discussion. Is I wonder how much the drug companies are really trying to cure things. Because when you cure something, people only pay for a cure once. They pay for treatment for the rest of their lives. And I think there's too many of them that are more worried about the money than they are about humanity. So, yeah. SpectreVoid, good to see you, buddy. Let me get you a shout out. Might help if I use the right command. I don't have a SpectreVoid command, but I probably should. Appreciate you, buddy. Good to see you. Spazology, good to see you. Sorry I missed you earlier. But yes, we're talking about Michael J. Fox. Make no money on healthy people. Exactly. Exactly. What did Jesus say? The sick don't need a doctor. Or the healthy don't need a doctor, only the sick. So, yeah. How's the battle with the power stuff? Yeah, it's still going. We did get power for the well. The well is done. They're still negotiating for our power. We're actually borrowing power from one of the neighbors. They put a sub-meter on their house, and so we're paying for it. But yeah. But of course now they're calling in favors because they did us a favor. So they're asking us to use our backhoe to dig something in their yard, which we're going to discuss with the engineer probably tomorrow and see how he feels about it. But yeah, never a dull moment. So yeah, but yeah, we're working it. And then we still don't have the permit for the pool, but we don't have any room to dig the pool at the moment, so it's kind of going. But yeah, we have a person from the municipality is assigned to the engineer, and he is actively working with her to get the permit for the pool and the electric. But they've been actively working on it now for probably a month. So yeah, it's kind of funny how they do that here. So he says they're trying to shake us down for some more money, and he refuses to pay it, where I'm like, just pay it. Tell me what it is. I'll take care of it. Because I'm like, I'm frustrated with it. Like, let's just get it done. And he's like, no. So yeah, cue the circus music. Exactly. Yeah. Well, and that's what I said. If they gave us their electric, my plan was for them to let us use their electric, and I would pay the whole month for them or while we used it. But they were like, no, we'll put a sub-meter on. And so I'm like, okay, well, the sub-meter pretty much means you got another meter, and whatever goes through the sub-meter, we pay for. So I don't really see that as a favor. I guess it is, because they had to add it onto theirs. And I suppose we could blow out their circuit if we drew too much, But yeah, I'm with you, Lego. That's kind of where I'm at. So, and put it around the foundation like a moat. There you go. Instead of a pool, call it a moat. There you go. Yeah, we have the fence approved. We got a permit for the fence. We got a permit for the house. It's a permit for the pool, which pools here are considered luxury items. So they want to, okay, how much are you willing to pay to get this pool permit? So, but yeah, careful with that. Slippery slope when they are cashing in favors for the, yeah, I'm with you. Well, it's funny because they sit out there, they sit in their window. So their window overlooks our property. Sit in their window and just kind of stare out at our workers working. And I'm like, I say, there she is. She's out there staring out again. And my wife's like, let's let them go, whatever they want, if that's what they want to do. I'm like, yeah, but come on, we're not that important, But yeah, it's funny because I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I had, you know what? I thought I had a catalyst here, but Kragan maybe has the catalyst. Nope. Well, that sucks. Alright, so we'll do this. So I guess I'm not going to salvage, but we'll at least pick it up. You're a famous person, you're a streamer. Yeah, what? Yeah, so that's the other one. Once we have the house, if they're doing that, that's exactly what I would do. I'll be out there skinny dipping in the pool, and that'll put an end to it real quick. Like, good God almighty! And so, yeah. Or not. She might enjoy that. I don't know. Nobody enjoys that. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm a famous person. I'm a streamer. Yeah, I don't think any of them know I'm a streamer. That's the other thing. I'm American, so I'm famous because of that, is what they claim. Actually, they count it as, since I'm American, I'm rich. And that's where that comes from. So, there's the Federation. Let's go out to that one. But yeah.
Active.
I can give you that ship in GeoCell. Which ship? Or not. Yeah, she might like it. Yeah, they might like it. I don't know. I've caught my glimpse in the mirror a couple times getting out of the shower. And yeah, I mean, it's like one of those killer whales being a seal being mauled by one of those killer whales. Yeah, it's like, oh, a Noctis? Don't worry about it. That's yours, man. That's yours. Yeah, I don't really need to salvage these guys. I'm just gonna pick up the loot from them. I can pick up the loot in this thing, so these are all oh, yeah, these are all mission specific ones, so they're probably not going to give much salvage anyway. So Xmore, good to see you. Zymore, I'm going to say Zymore. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. But thanks Al, I appreciate it. Oh, for the glory days, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm with you guys. It's like, yeah. Yeah, who knows? She might start actually making advances if she enjoys that. I don't know. Like I said, as an American, my wife is like, yeah, you can get any woman you want here because you have money. I'm like, that's the thing. I don't have money. You have money. I'm just along for the ride. Zymore. There you go. Zymore is correct. Excellent. Thank you for that. I always appreciate the pronunciations. Orbit at 1,000 probably isn't going to work, but let me see if I can catch it on the swing by. We did. Yeah, we'll see if we get this. Neighbor best watch out for the wife. Yeah, exactly. This was a fun song to play. Yep. I have not played the game in a few years. What's the current state? How bad is ganking in high sec? So not that bad. It still happens. It still happens. But it's probably a little less than it used to be. So, and there are specific systems that you got to watch out for. And so we can definitely give you those systems. Udema. Euphene is one we actually hang out in. Udema is a big one. Tama. There was another one they were talking about earlier today. But yeah, those are kind of the key ones. Yeah, this kind of hacks me off. Because this micro warp drive is great for traveling large distances, but it's horrible for when you're trying to pick up freight. Pick up loot. Come on. There shouldn't be any reason. When I say orbit, it should be able to swing into the orbit just fine. Let's do orbit at 25. Yeah, see, I'd like a 2,000. 1,000 is definitely a little too small. I understand you're traveling at that speed. It's not that easy to cut the corner that good, but still. But yeah, it's better than everywhere else in the game. Yeah. They just did an upgrade for mining, which had some problems, but they did get it straightened out. Winter Nexus just started, which is a yearly event. And so that seems to be going okay. But yeah, that's kind of, it's all relative. So yeah. All relative. So yeah. Only once to me almost 2 years ago ganked. Yeah, only once to you? Okay. Yeah, I still get ganked every once in a while. Mostly because I multi-box and I'm not paying attention. But yes, it still does happen, so. But yeah, it's one of those where as long as you're paying attention, there's a site that I use that shows you where the gate camps are so you can avoid them. And so that's kind of nice. So that's been a big help. And yeah, I think I still have it in the nope. I thought I still had it in the clipboard, but I don't. So yeah. A few months after you started playing Eve, you got ganked, haven't been ganked since? Man, that's pretty good. Yeah, crap. I wish I could say that. But yeah, but it's actually Zymor, it's better. It's better than it used to be. I remember you couldn't fly anywhere back in the day, and it would really do. But yeah, you don't. The more expensive the ship, the more likely you're going to get ganked too. So yeah, that's a good. Al makes a good point. But yeah, there are certain ships that it really doesn't matter where you're at; they'll gank you just because. And there are a lot more expensive ships. I don't know how long you've been away, but I've been playing for off and on for the last 22 years. So, and yeah, it's definitely better than it used to be, but there are still some problems from that regard. So, but we don't have too many problems. We do a weekly mining event. Every once in a while, we'll get a ganker that'll bother us. Somebody that stream snipes me. And normally they'll just bump us. They usually don't actually destroy anything. They just kind of make a pain of themselves, which is where most of it comes in. But yeah. And then yeah, when I'm flying, if you go into low sec gets kind of sketchy. Ads are getting ready to start, so sorry about that. But yeah. I think it's still the best game out there, to be honest. So, space game. I'm not a huge MMO guy. But since I started streaming, Eve has actually really done much better because the community. So, looks like I cut that one off a little too early. Ads are going to start 6 seconds. It says 6 seconds, but it'll probably be longer than that. But I'll talk a little bit more after the ads. Oop. But yeah, if you have any specific questions, by all means, send them my way. I'll be more than happy to answer them after the ads. So you can hear the answer. Of course, they're not going to start now. That's what they do. It's going to start here, 6 seconds. And then, maybe we'll eventually start. Twitch will get around to it. No, they swear by the ads, so they like to have them. So when I actually notice it and waiting on it, that's when they never start. So there they go. There they go. Actually, I want to orbit. Orbit at 1,000. Wow, wow, wow. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ship flies faster than this. I don't know why it's flying so slow. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'm subscribed with you. Blue Gray's giving me some advertising on his channel. Thanks for that, Blue Gray. Appreciate ya. Oh, Land of Confusion. Welcome back from the ads. So yeah, if you have any questions, Zymore, by all means, feel free to throw them in there. I'll be happy to try and answer them. If not, my chat can probably answer some of them. We do need to figure out who we're going to raid out to. Maybe we'll do a vote. Maybe we'll do a vote. Let's see who's out here. Let's see who's out here. Into the night. Anarcho's doing Arc Raiders, so he's off the table. He's off the table. Chaos is gone. Badman Larry's still out there. You know, I haven't rated Ghosty in a while. Maybe we'll do Ghosty. I think he's probably the only one that I'm following that is out there. Yeah. Unless anybody has another one they like. He only has 14 people, so give him some love. Give him some love. Yeah, Blue Gray's one of my viewers. He's in here. He has a channel in Eve that he publishes, and he had somebody talking in his channel that said, who's this Twitch streamer you're talking about? So yeah. He might have taken off. I can't remember if he said he was going to bed or not. This is the world we live in. Ghosty needs hugs. Yep, a Ghosty is who I was going with. So yeah, I haven't rated Ghosty in a while. So yeah, we'll do Ghosty. He's only got 14. So yeah, we'll give him some love. We'll give him some love. Always try to help out the ones that are kind of on the lower end. I don't have many, but you take two smalls, make a big, right? Oh, not on Twitch. I know who he is. Yeah. No. Yeah, he's not a Twitch streamer. Yeah, he was asking somebody in his channel was asking about the Twitch streamer he was talking about. He was talking about me. I didn't realize he was talking about me until too late. So then I gave him the Twitch channel, but I said, yeah, I'm getting ready to raid out. So, hello, peasant. You're lower. Yeah. Yeah, I usually am. But I think I got more than Ghosty right now. I got 29. And Ghosty shows he's got only 14. So, but either way. Just number-wise. He's definitely got more. Yep. Generation. We'll put it right. But yeah, Ghosty's definitely been streaming longer than me. So yeah, I definitely want to show him some love. Plus, this way you guys will be in good hands. Turn you over to Ghosty. A couple times I think I've turned you guys over to somebody that one time I rated somebody that didn't speak English, which was very poor of me. So yeah, so yes, it does happen. It does happen. Even professional streamers. I mean, you calling him a lower person. It's funny, you elitist. Yeah. Yeah, no. He just happens to have lower numbers at the moment. Yeah. Oh, we're flying by. Fly by, loot. I got it. Cool. All right. Now we'll go out here and pick out this last one. No habla inglés. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what language it was. And I don't know how I missed it when I looked at them. But so, yeah, I usually only raid people that I'm following. And so, but sometimes that doesn't work out. Sometimes there's not anybody I'm following. So normally on Friday's kind of a crapshoot, because Friday there's not usually a whole lot of streamers doing Eve, so which is why I try to do Eve on Friday. But today there was quite a few. Narcos was doing Eve. We had Chaos and Badman Larry, and another guy was with them, which I had never heard of. And so yeah, so they had a three-way. Dun dun. That's what she said. But yeah, I'm going to pick up this last one. But yeah, let's go ahead. Thanks for watching, everybody. Last stream of the week. Like I said, I might stream tomorrow if the wife goes to Manila. I'd probably do Elite Dangerous or something. Jebai's back, I saw earlier. Yep. So yeah. And then, yeah, I saw him too. And then, yeah, so I might stream tomorrow if the wife goes to Manila or something. And, but that would be a surprise stream. That'll screw up Lego, so I don't want to do that. So, but yeah. But yeah. So yeah, you guys have a great weekend, and I will see you again on Saturday or Sunday night. So raid Ghosty. Alright, we'll get the raid set up. Oh, I got better turn this off. We're gonna fly by. We're gonna fly by loot. I got it. Managed to catch it on the flyby. Alright, cool. Alright, let's dock up. And there you go. Inui, good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm just raiding out the Ghosty. So, appreciate you guys. You guys have a great weekend. And I will see you. If I don't see you before, I'll see you Sunday night. So, take care. And thanks again.